Shakila, please put up the holding slide. I think we are live.
Shakila, there's no sound.
What's playing out? What's playing out?
Prof. Nell, do you have sound? Good morning, Prof. Nell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Prof.
Good.
Maybe it's my machine. I will log out then. Dr. Belinda, do you have sound?
Morning, Prof. Yes, I do.
Good, I have sound as well, thanks.
Thanks.
Shakila, we don't have sound from the podium on site. Shakila, I see Prof is talking, but we can't hear him.
Prof, just give us
Speak again, please, Prof. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Prof. But there's some echo, but we can hear.
Yeah. Thank you. Very good morning, everyone. On behalf of the research possibly cities, allow me to pay homage to invited guests. We have the Deputy Vice Chancellor, who is also the Dean of Research for the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Dr. and Professor L. Koorbanally. We also have Mr. Musa Langwe, who is the acting registrar of the South African Planning Council. Then we also have the executive dean of the University of Joburg, Mr. Professor Daniel Mashao. Colleagues, it is an honor for me to stand in front of you as we engage on this journey, which is the third international president city, with a focus on building resilient cities and communities. At the center of our theme is actually trying to adapt to climate change. I am Professor Lavmoch Pungu, academic sciences, and I'll be chairing this particular session. This particular conference is being hosted by the Research Chair for Inclusive Cities in collaboration with colleagues who are partners from various institutions. The host of the Sachi, Professor Hope Magidimisha, is away. She's attending another engagement in Scotland, similarly on climate change. Colleagues,
The journey which we have is to investigate the extent to which we can achieve building inclusive cities. Now, as far as the Sachiche is concerned, this is the journey which began way back, and to be part and parcel of this particular contribution to building inclusive cities. Now, I want to provoke you on this particular subject. I want to start off by being a bit contradictory as we start our conference. Now, the question I'm posing in front of you at the moment is that this journey we embarked on, trying to achieve a society where we have so-called inclusive cities, is it not an illusion? Will there come a time where we say that, yes, we have finally managed to achieve building cities which are inclusive of everyone? It had been a journey, and everyone had been interrogating if it is possible to create safe cities, to create livable cities, to create cities where everyone does have access to services, where everyone is part and parcel of the urban community without being excluded to some opportunities. Now, is this not a deception? Are we able to achieve that? Yes, some they say that cities are easily becoming equitable. Cities are becoming accessible in terms of services. But yet we know very well that we do have structural barriers. We do have historical inequalities, complex interplay of economic and social factors that are preventing actually the achievement or the building of these inclusive cities. But on our part, representing the Sachi chair, we decided to join this journey way back in when we started off with our first international conference on inclusive cities. The focus then was to try to build inclusive cities through a multidisciplinary approach. And indeed, we all know that cities are diverse. They are made up of different stakeholders. And therefore, it was rightfully correct to say that we can only build cities which are inclusive through this multidisciplinary approach. We followed up that with another conference in 2023, after realizing that we can't talk about building inclusive cities without bringing the government in the fold. At that platform, we were interrogating the capacity of the state to achieve inclusive cities. And indeed, we all know that at the center of all dynamics in society, we have the state as the key player. Now, today we gather looking at the same topic, but bring on board another dimension, which is climate change. There have been a realization that at the center of all dynamics happening within the city, we do have another challenge, that of climate change. And the question which we are posing today, the issue which we are interrogating today, is of building resilient cities and communities. Cities that are able to adapt to climate change. Now, we are part and parcel of this particular journey with the hope of contributing to creating inclusive cities. But as I said at the beginning, is this an illusion? The city is at the center of all these dynamics of climate change. Red flags. Firstly, looking at the number of people who are being accommodated in the city. Over 55% of the global population resides in cities. 75% of greenhouse gases are coming from the city. Now, if you look at this particular debacle, you'll find that on one hand, we are saying that cities are responsible for all the negativities which are being experienced. Yet, on the other hand, we are saying that the solution which we need should come from the cities. Yes, they are causing this particular problem, but they are also the ones who can give us the right what? Solutions. Now, at the center of all the challenges we are seeing in cities, you find that there are quite a number of them. Cities are becoming islands for urban heat, where a number of lives are lost. The rising sea levels are causing havoc for all coastal cities. Right now, we are talking about the case of Jakarta, which is sinking, irrespective of the 10 million people who are residing in that city. Yes, cities are experiencing heat waves, where you find that lives are being lost. For the past 50 years, you find that heat waves have been increasing. Cities are also at the center of natural disasters. Talk about volcanoes, floods, landslides. They are all happening in the city, wiping out millions of people. And beyond that, food security is becoming a concern in cities. The prices of commodities are rising, affecting most of the vulnerable people who are residing in cities. Now, one interesting aspect about climate change is that it doesn't know territorial boundaries. There is no way you can put a barrier to stop climate change. This element of climate change being borderless is becoming a threat, not only to individual cities, but to continents around the globe. Yes, the phenomenon is creating opportunities. On the other hand, it is also creating challenges. We all heard about Storm Boris, which happened last year, which cut across a number of cities. This is happening in Europe, it's happening in Africa, it's happening in Asia. The biggest problem we are experiencing also is that climate change is contributing to environmental migrants. People fleeing from climate change within borders, across continents. It is envisaged that by 2050, close to 1 billion people will be affected, moving to different countries, different areas, most likely moving to cities. Now, that is bringing yet another challenge on what is already being experienced in cities. Are we prepared to defend the rights of migrants? Those who are coming from rural areas, those who are coming from other countries, those who are coming from other provinces. The dynamics around the world show that the issue of immigrants is becoming a problem. The writing is on the wall. Communities are fighting against migrants in their cities. Migrants are being blocked from accessing services. The state is also fighting migrants, prohibiting them from entering certain countries. Then there are instances where the state is trying to fight very hard to protect its own community. So there are various dynamics happening around the issue of migration. Africa remains vulnerable, and African cities at large are at the receiving end of climate change. Most cities in Africa are struggling to provide services. And that being the case, you find that a lot of people don't have access to services. Existing statistics show that over 60% of people residing in African cities are in informal settlements. Unfortunately, these numbers are growing. Are we able to build inclusive cities? That is the question I posed earlier on. The most difficult part of it is that African cities also have got the lowest capacity to adapt to climate change. Now, whatever is happening emanating from climate change will require both immediate interventions, will require also long-term interventions. Yes, some will say that these interventions are reactionary, but at times you need them. Because there are many instances where you find that because of climate change, you need to respond to immediate requirements of people. Such interventions might be expensive, but they're indispensable. Yes, they're not sustainable, but they will serve a purpose when the time comes. Context matters when it comes to climate change. We need to respond to climate challenges as per what we are experiencing. There are no universal solutions. If it was just a straitjacket, then one would argue that, yes, we are edging towards achieving inclusive cities. The contexts have got a lot of dynamic issues, and these differ as you go from one context to another. The solutions which we propose at whatever stage are supposed to be responsive to what is happening in a particular context. Now, we are lucky in the sense that the need to achieve inclusivity had been laid down for us in advance by the United Nations. The need to achieve Sustainable Development Goal number 11 is at the center of building inclusive cities. And already many cities, many municipalities, many governments are responding to that particular call. And if you look at this particular goal, the intention is to build cities which are sustainable, cities that are safe, cities that are resilient, and cities that are sustainable. And this is the struggle which we have at the center of building inclusive cities. And believe you me, building inclusive cities is a journey. Of course, some believe that it is a journey which will never be achieved. Then there are those who believe that it is a journey which will be achieved. So it seems we are polarized as far as this journey is concerned. On one hand, we are seeing a lot of challenges. Instances where you find that some problems are becoming much, much bigger than they were in the past. Yet there are certain areas, certain corners, where you find that progress is being made. So the most important aspect is that we all have a responsibility at whatever stage. Everywhere where we are part and parcel of this particular process of building inclusive cities. And we in the Sachi took this particular path to try and contribute in our own way to build inclusive cities. Every step which is taken is a step towards building inclusivity. It is a step of faith which is meant to contribute towards the overall expectation of building inclusive cities. It doesn't matter whether it's to do with risk assessment. It doesn't matter whether it's to do with early warning systems which are being put in place. It doesn't matter whether it means providing people with need aspects at that particular point, moving them from those areas affected. But the point at the end of the day, something is being done to assist in building inclusive cities. With that in mind, colleagues, I'm provoking you to join this particular journey. I'm provoking you to join this particular discussion. I'm provoking you to question this particular journey on building inclusive cities. Is it an illusion? Is this something which is achievable, given all the dynamics which we are facing? We are all called upon to play our own different roles as far as inclusive cities are concerned. Thank you very much. Now, before we proceed into the major discussions, I want to call upon some of our colleagues, the invited guests, to give the messages of support, to give the message of solidarity. I want you to remember that when we embarked on this journey, we had the blessing of the university. We were welcomed, given necessary support, and today we are hosting this conference within the premises of the university. And indeed, it's therefore right to pay homage to the university. In this regard, I want to call upon Professor Nell Konaba to come forward and give his own remarks of welcome. I don't know whether he's online.
Yeah, I'm in the online room.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Edge, please.
So thank you, Master of Ceremonies and Program Director, for that warm welcome. I must thank everyone for joining in this conference. Professor Hope Magademisha is one of the university's high-flying researchers. She's the Saatchi Chair in Inclusive Cities, and she normally is very, very good at getting people together to work on these problems. Now, I know that water, energy, healthcare, education, food security, transport, recreation are all very, very important in our societies and important in the cities that we live in. And it's said many times that South Africa has one of the most unequal societies in the world. And just this morning, watching the news, there was some protests happening in Coronationville in Johannesburg, where the residents there did not have access to water, just highlighting the importance of the water in cities. And another aspect of the news had a segment on Cape Town and the gang violence in the Cape Flats, highlighting how important security is in the cities. So our news channels are very good at pointing out what the problems in our cities are. And I think it's up to us as researchers and scientists in the field to actually work on solutions to those problems. It's very, very important that everybody in our cities are able to share in the social and economic opportunities that we have in our cities. And I'm hoping that maybe in the next 10 to 20 years, informal housing will be a thing of the past. And like the program director has said, urban migration is a real problem. And perhaps one of the things that we should be debating is that how we restrict access to our cities or how we control access to our cities. And that's going to be very, very important going forward. I quite like the theme of this conference, Resilient Cities and Communities Adapting to Climate Change and Beyond. And I think it's very apt because in 2021, and as I heard the program director say, the first conference was held around 2021. In 2021, eThekwini had the floods. And I think when we had that floods, we realized how unresponsive we are to those climate change events. And I think that's part of the things that need to be discussed here. How do we actually prepare ourselves? How can we become responsive to climate change and many other factors when they do happen? So I'm very glad that we've got together experts in the room, people that are going to come together to discuss all these issues. And I'm hoping that in the next few days or so, we come out of here with some very, very good solutions and very, very good projects that could actually help us find data to solving some of these problems. So to Professor Magademisha and your committee, very well done. The university is 100% behind you, and we give you our full support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nell Kobano, for those kind words. Really, if without your support, there is nothing much we can do. The next guest who is supposed to give us welcome remarks was supposed to be our Dean, Professor Frederick Settler. Unfortunately, he's not around. He is away on other commitments. In his absence, allow me to call the registrar for the South African Council of Planners, Mr. Bongumusa Ndwendwe. Mr. Ndwendwe, you can come and take the stage, please.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, everyone who's physically present here, those who are virtually. I am a professional planner, registered with the South African Council for Planners, and I am in good standing. And before I'm an acting registrar of SecPlan, I'm a planner myself. So I will be very brief. Thank you for the opportunity, Program Director, to the SACHI Chair, for the alternate chairperson of the South African Council, Prof. Misha, my fellow panelists, invited guest speakers, and the senior management of the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Receive the greetings from the South African Council for Planners. For us as the South African Council for Planners, when we talk inclusive cities, we don't just look at what we need to do, but we also look at who are the brains and the minds that must be involved in doing that kind of work. And whether or not the people that at least the schools are producing, that the professionals that we are developing, are they gaining and getting the necessary skills to deal with the complex challenges, can harness the opportunities that are presented, because just the challenges that you face, but in the midst of challenges, there are also a number of opportunities. So it therefore becomes important that we consider, even when we go through the accreditation of our planning programs, that we develop and train planners in the right way. And we trust that the University of KwaZulu-Natal, as well as other planning schools, will continue to improve and enhance their curriculum so that the planners, at least from the planning side, have the necessary skills and expertise to deal with the challenges at hand. And we'll also like to stress the point that over and above what would have already come through the going through an accredited program, it's also necessary that we as the professionals, not just the planners, but also the built environment as a whole, we diversify our skills, knowledge, and expertise. We continue to learn and we continue to grow. And we see this conference as a step in the right direction to empower us, to allow us to have that critical conversation about how we better plan our cities, how we deal with the challenges that we have encountered, but also try and be pragmatic in building resilience, not just planners deciding what they need to do, but working with communities and building resilience within communities so that whatever objective that we set in the quest towards inclusive cities and communities, we actually put people at the center of it, because we cannot do it alone. And we would like to wish this conference a great success. And we trust that with all the dialogues and the conferences that we continue to have, there will be plenty more opportunities for us to consolidate and actually get to a point where we have clear policy guidelines and directives that can shape how our municipalities, our provincial governments and national government departments actually approach the diverse challenges and complex dynamics that we contend with and deal with as a planning profession, as the built environment, and as the society at large. So thank you very much, Program Director, and all the best for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ndwandwe, for those encouraging words. And thank you for supporting us for hosting this particular conference. Colleagues, as I said at the beginning, that we do have partners who are always supporting us on this journey. Allow me to call upon the Executive Dean of the University of Johannesburg to give us a few remarks as we start this particular conference. Professor Daniel Mashao is supposed to be joining us online. Prof?
Yeah, I hope I'm visible, colleagues.
Yes, you are, Prof. You can go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me and also welcoming our support, because we indeed support this conference. I am being a dean, one of the privileges you have is that you are very busy, but also the other privilege is that you get invited to many conferences and you see the work that is being done in the faculty. And I must say that many times you are very glad and proud to have been part of these great meetings. And I look forward to this meeting as really a great meeting. I prepared a presentation, but I just wanted to maybe quote. Read a quote by George Bernard Shaw. He says, the reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. And I had this quote many years ago, and I found it very interesting that it says, we must indeed make progress. We must applaud all efforts to limit and reverse climate change, and more importantly, to promote sustainability. We are living in a world that we know there is a change. We are living in a world that there are challenges, and only us in our commitment will be able to fix these things. I wanted to share from you, Jay, we have our strategic plan 2035, and we call our strategic plan Global Excellence and Stature 4.0 for Societal Impact. Now, I like the theme that you have for this conference, which is, it says, talks about resilience for cities and communities, because that talks to me about where human beings find themselves. One of the projects we have at University of Johannesburg is working in a rural village in Gwakwani. We have started this work since 2013. And over the years in working in this village, one can see the change that's taking place. The village that the founders of the village, when they arrived at this place, it was probably habitable, it probably had water, it probably was livable. Today, as we go there and work in that village, we begin to see the lack of water. One of the speakers was talking about the challenges we are having in Westbury here in Johannesburg, where the city is complaining about water. And we do know that there are many challenges that are taking place, and water being so important is one of the things that is required. As a university, we have gone there. We even the latest borehole we dug there is over 200 meters deep. I mean, that just tells you about the challenges that we are going to have. But I still want to go back to that quotation by George Bernard Shaw to say that therefore all progress is by the unreasonable man. And I think we need to fight these things and ensure that we become unreasonable to the challenges that are there. We don't try to negotiate with them, but we change them. The world today has 8.2 billion people. And I want to say that we did not get here because it was easy as a human species. We got here because we collaborated, we worked together, we discussed, we provided solutions, and we found ways that work well. As we are meeting today here, we are continuing that tradition of being able to get together, analyze what are the problems and how do we resolve them. So I really want to wish the colleagues very well. I'm looking forward to hearing about what has come up from here. I know there are many people from UJ who are there, many researchers from UJ who are there, and we're looking forward to being part of those who bring solutions on this planet. So I want to say good luck to the colleagues, and please do listen to all these contributions. You do have a privilege. I wish I had that privilege. I do not have it because of other concerns and other things that one has to do, but the colleagues must really be part of it, make sure that they pick up as much as they can and they get involved. And only in that way do we become a solution to this world. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you, Prof, for those encouraging words. It is really important to note that the University of Johannesburg is one of our pillars as far as the research chair is concerned. And we really appreciate the support which they're always giving us. Colleagues, the next stage of our presentation is to listen to our keynote speakers. We have two main speakers who are going to share with us on quite interesting issues. We have Professor Koorbanally, who is coming from eThekwini Municipality. And we also have Dr. Belinda Vester, who is coming from the Department of Urban Regional Planning, Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Allow me to start by introducing you to Professor Philo Koorbanally. Prof. Philo is the executive director. He is also the chief learning officer of eThekwini Municipal Academy and adjunct professor of research at the University of, at UNISA School of Business Leadership. He is a seasoned local government expert, having been a consultant, a researcher, a writer, analyst, and facilitator in the local government sector. He has 21 years of local government experience, 8 years of which he has served as the municipal manager. He holds 10 qualifications. Yes. I didn't make up that, right? Right? Which include 2 masters and 2 PhDs. His forte has been policy development and implementation in the public sector, and it has done research and presented a number of papers in various national and international conferences. He has written numerous research articles in local government, published in international journals. He is currently serving as the chairman of the Institute of Local Government Managers Research and Professionalization Committee. He is also serving on the National Executive Committee. He has been appointed by the Minister of Public Service and Administration as a member of the advisory task team on professionalization of the public sector. He has also recently been appointed by the same minister as the member of the Ministerial Advisory Committee on Curriculum and Quality Assurance. He has served in a number of structures, boards, and professional bodies, and is currently a board member of Capacity Building Institute of the United Cities in Local Government, Africa. He is also a registered professional executive coach. Prof. Koorbanally, The stage is yours. I'm sure I should be joining us online.
Yes, thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to you, greetings to all colleagues. Can I just try and share my presentation? Please indicate if you can see the presentation and you can also hear me. Colleagues, this presentation is for the city manager, Musampele. He has requested me to just do it on his behalf, and apologies for him. He is having another engagement, is right in Cape Town right now. I am going to present it as is. That is how he would have loved to present it. There is also a video about 3 minutes that I would like to share with you, which talks about inclusivity. It's an old video, but it's still relevant today. We did it about 3 years ago. It does talk about
as it begins her day, her
what
mind
is
has been
today.
drifting of
If you could
late,
just listen for
consumed
about
by
3
thoughts
minutes.
of her future city. These daydreams come alive in her imagination, fueled by the possibilities of what tomorrow's world holds.
Oh, time to face the day. 1 hour to get ready and downstairs. You got this, girl. But first, coffee and a view. I can't help but imagine the changes we'll see 10 years from now. Renewable energy, super fast Wi-Fi, accessible transport for everyone, and relaxing green spaces. But if businesses in the city don't work together, things could go south. That would be horrible. Ugh, feels like I spent half my life waiting. At least we're on schedule today. Okay, made it. Is it too early for another coffee? This place is so alive, so busy. I mean, imagine. Efficient, affordable, and clean public transport that connected everyone to everything. But if the city and the taxi bosses didn't find a way to work together, it would be a shame if the city streets didn't belong to all of us. How long is this meeting going to be? Such a beautiful day out. The city's future is so up in the air. We need to be globally connected with a humming economy. That is the only way we will create the jobs we need. The clock is ticking. Oof, this diet is killing me. Quick Instagram food pic, yeah. Everything changes eventually. This could be a really cool space. Getting my step count wouldn't be a problem. Except, if the city isn't ready for the extreme changes, this place would be a wasteland. Home time, bring on the weekend. Focus, don't poke your eye out, focus. Oh, Uber, is there a surge? Please don't surge. This city never sleeps. I mean, imagine. We could be out every night, shopping without a care in the world. Tourists, locals, interesting people everywhere you look. But what if it wasn't safe? I love being out in the city, but now I need my bed.
Zama goes to bed with a head full of expectations. It is up to us together to build the future of her dreams.
So colleagues, that is Zama's dream. It's an old dream 3 years ago, but then the question is, how far have we gone in terms of ensuring that she realizes this dream? I can tell you that as a eThekwini, as the city of Durban, we are very far from this, but we are on the road towards achieving Zama's dream. But colleagues, maybe we need to start with how the city looks at inclusivity. And what is the ideal inclusive city in terms of the understanding of the city of Durban? Obviously, there's quite a number of definitions that are attributed to inclusive cities. One of them comes from World Bank, obviously. And note that there are 3 areas of inclusion that the World Bank emphasizes on when it defines inclusive cities. One is spatial inclusion. Obviously, that has to do with how we look at our spaces, but also looking at our services in relation to those spaces. And also it talks to accessibility to those services. The second one is social inclusion. And in our case in South Africa, you know that social inclusion has been a result of apartheid. And it definitely talks to how do we ensure that those who were marginalized before are included. At the same time, we also have to look at economic inclusion, especially for those that have been previously marginalized and also those who have been excluded. So the World Bank obviously is looking at those 3 types of inclusions when it looks at the inclusive cities. But also from the UN point of view, we are all aware that there have been SDGs that have been developed. I couldn't take all of them, but I just looked at 2 of them that are very relevant to the topic of today and also the topic of the theme of this conference. If you talk of sustainable cities, then again, we have to make sure that our cities are inclusive. And also goal number 17 talks about partnerships. And it's our duty to ensure that we strengthen partnerships that are going to ensure that societies and our communities are inclusive. There is also another definition from the UN Habitat, even though I'm not going to detail the whole of that definition, but the UN Habitat is looking at it at a very interesting angle of the right to the city. That whenever you are ensuring that the city is inclusive, you are constitutionally, in our case, ensuring that you preserve and afford the rights, constitutional rights to those who are living in that particular city. So this definition does not only talk to ensuring that everybody is involved and it participates in the city, but it also looks at how the quality of life is improved and also how the quality of life is not compromised and the rights are not violated. It's important to understand this, especially from the point of view of city planning, your spatial planning, that whenever you are planning, ensure that the rights of the citizens are protected. Whenever you are planning those spaces, ensure that they are safe. And down the line, for example, we will be seeing if cities do not protect those rights for their citizens, we will be seeing a lot of litigations. I think we have seen that in terms of the crime rate that we have in our country. But also, colleagues, as a city, having adopted inclusivity, we have our long-term development plan, which looks at how are we going to be looking at up to 2030 and beyond In fact, our long-term development plan now is looking at 2040. There are 6 priorities in terms of this plan. I'm not going to detail all of them, but what is important about them is that we are emphasizing on safety, we are emphasizing on accessibility, we are emphasizing on sustainable livelihoods, cultural diversity, environmentally sustainable city, and also caring for our citizens. And also this is coupled with 6 strategic goals. That is the long-term development plan. Obviously, if you look at those goals, they are also inclusive in nature, in the sense that they emphasize on people development, economic positioning of the city, spatial restructuring, infrastructure, up to government or governance and general management. But colleagues, we know that as cities, we still have a lot of challenges. And obviously, many of those challenges in our case in South Africa are attributed to the stubborn and long-term apartheid systemic challenges that we had. And this has impacted on our inequalities. It has resulted to a lot of inequalities in quite a number of areas. These inequalities are even in terms of how infrastructure and access thereto is distributed among our communities. We know, for example, that even at the city level, we are still battling against poverty. Even though many of the people who came to the city were looking for economic opportunities, but we still have the poverty pockets in many of our, especially informal settlements. Cities also do have a challenge of governance. We have seen how many cities are dilapidating, how many services or how many cities have had their services collapsing, interventions, and so on. And again, this can be attributed to the patterns that were necessitated by the apartheid era. And also in terms of the structures that we have these days, you can see that the apartheid system has created and established a long-term legacy that is very stubborn to remove. But also, eThekwini as the city of Durban has had its own challenges in terms of climate change. And in fact, in our country, I haven't seen and heard of any other city that has been so devastated by climate change like our city. Lest we forget, we have had 2017 floods, 2019 floods, then there was COVID, 2021 there were riots, 2022 there were floods. And if you look at the damage and the costs to those floods, they are almost close to 50 billion rand, all combined. But this is also in terms of infrastructure, and also is in terms of infrastructure that belongs to the city. It doesn't talk about how business is lost, and I'm sure many of you are aware that, for example, with the recent floods, 2023, we are even having a lawsuit from certain companies that have lost a lot of production because of floods. So colleagues, since 2017, eThekwini has been battered, as you know, but the question is, what is it that we are doing about it as a eThekwini? And we have embarked on the journey of rebuilding the city, and there was that rebuilding plan that was developed, approved, and implemented. And the emphasis there is how do we rebuild better for resilience, especially our infrastructure. And I'm glad to say this has been embedded in as part of all our infrastructure projects that are either part of renovation from those that were affected, but also for any other new infrastructure project that we put on the ground. The resilience concept and building better is part of the equation. There are various themes that are part of inclusivity, and part of inclusivity has to do with how do we ensure that we use technology to ensure that our citizens are part of us as the city. We have developed quite a number of applications which are meant to support our citizens. One that is very relevant to this conference, and I'm sure many of the colleagues who are here are aware of it, is the early warning system that we developed together with the people of Kennedy Road informal settlement. The aim of that, obviously, as an early warning system, was to ensure that in that informal settlement, we are able to help people beforehand, making them aware of whatever disasters that are looming. And we were very successful, especially in 2022, in doing that, and the impact was very low because of that kind of an application. It was a pilot, which is going to be rolled out to quite a number of other informal settlements in the city, noting that the city has 640 informal settlements. And on average, each informal settlement will have about 1,000 or 1,500 residents. So you can see the challenge that we are facing as a city in terms of informal settlements. But again, colleagues, if we have so much informal settlements, like 640 multiplied by 1,000, 1,500 people who are staying in these informal settlements, the most important question as well is how do we ensure that we embrace informality, because it's very clear that it's here to stay and it will stay for quite a long time. And here within our city, unfortunately, we are the only economic hub in the KZN province. And on average, you receive 1 or 2 people every day coming to the city to look for employment opportunities. And these people are coming from all over the province, and even from Lesotho, and even from Eastern Cape, Free State, coming to look for economic opportunities. So we have started programs where we are embracing this informality. And we have connected these informal settlements, for example, to water, to electricity, and we have put some street lights, for example, and we have quite a number of other programs, as you can see the pictures there, that are trying to bridge the gap. When it comes to inclusive economy, again, the city has very bold plans. we have been very good in terms of township economy. And again, that is based on the assumption that because of apartheid, we have our townships which were just meant for people to stay there and just wake up and go to work in the city. There was never a concept of developing townships so that they are also economic hubs of the city. So we have those programs that are supporting townships. I'm sure many of you have seen township malls in Mlazi, for example, Mashao, Hammersdale, we do have these malls. And also in rural areas, like Kotlimba, Ward 1, we already have rural malls, if for the lack of a better word, that are also coming up. When it comes to comparison with the other cities, and I'm sure you can see the picture here that obviously Johannesburg is a lot more developed in terms of economic inclusivity and also economic development in general. However, as a Tegwini, I think we have a lot of opportunities in terms of certain sectors. Manufacturing is one of them. Industrialization obviously is part of manufacturing. So if we could improve on that, that will make a lot of dent in terms of the unemployment rate that we have. And also noting that industrialization is a mass employer sector. So that is one area that we're exploring to ensure that we improve economic inclusivity in the city. I've already spoken about township regeneration. These are just some of the programs that we have embarked on. Umnyandu development that is already on the ground. We will have a follow-up phase urgently to also address the economic impact of that particular area, which is Umlazi. But also we have just reviewed our SDF because the previous one was up to 2024, which is last year. And what is good about this new one is the inclusion of ITB areas in Ngonyama Trust land. We have just concluded a pilot program where there was a consultant that was appointed in the Umbumbulu area, and the intention there was to ensure that we have a special framework, even though it's a rural kind of special framework that is developed for that particular area. And the chief or inkosi of that particular area was very cooperative, and the results are amazing in terms of how you can then spatially develop rural areas. So that project is going to be rolled out to other areas which are rural in the city. When it comes to city development, that's just your general development projects. The concept here that we adopted is what we normally call transit-oriented development. Obviously, this kind of development will be somehow focusing more on addressing the disparities in terms of development. That is why we have economic nodes, and these economic nodes are then including the rural areas as well, so that we are able to redirect development to these areas, even if it's private development. But we will always say if there is any proposal, these are the economic nodes that you have to look at for your development. But also, as the city, we have already had a project from eThekwini Transport Authority, which is part of Durban, that has had quite a very good impact and is changing the economic landscape of the city, because it is then proposing that around the 9 corridors which are part of this development, there has to be mixed-use development, which is there to support that corridor, but also ensuring that there is economic development in those specific areas. But as we go on with advancing the right to the city, there is quite a lot that we still need to do and what we have already done. The right to the city, as I indicated earlier, is very aligned with safety or city safety. This is a broad and international concept that whenever you are planning for the city, just your general spatial planning, you need to ensure that safety is part of your planning ingredients. We still have a city safety strategy, but we will review it because it is up to 2025. But what is important about this city safety strategy is how it looks at, for example, effectiveness of policing, especially your open spaces in the city, and also ensuring that you have planned the city such that it becomes easier to prevent crime. And as a city, we have also introduced smart policing, which also works very well and aligned with our camera system in the whole city. We have around 100 cameras in the city, and even townships. We have recently put some in Mashao, and this is helping a lot in terms of integration of safety programs. And recently, we have had an agreement with SAPS to ensure that they also have access to these cameras to ensure safety of our citizens. But again, the emphasis here is how, from the planning point of view, safety becomes paramount when you are planning spatially for the city. Obviously, in terms of resilience, I've already spoken about how we are now building better, but obviously climate change is going to be part of the challenges that we're experiencing on daily basis, yearly basis. And as you might have seen with the city, almost every year we have had floods. We were lucky last year that we didn't have fully fledged floods, but we did have flash floods, especially in the area of Inanda. But again, when it comes to the climate change management strategy that we have as the city, we are emphasizing resilience in terms of how do we build better in terms of our infrastructure, but also we are emphasizing on community participation and engagement in different structures. And also, as I indicated earlier on, we are invoking technology and ensuring that we are able to minimize the impact of climate change and reduce the risks that are involved. But obviously, from the city manager's point of view, he is also worried about a different form of climate change, which is business immigration. The link between the two here is that we have had a situation like Toyota, for example. As a result of the floods, 2017, Toyota has threatened many times to leave the city because of the challenge that we have in terms of infrastructure difficulties. Unfortunately, Toyota is just the factory itself is just below the road level, which then makes it very easy to be flooded all the time there are floods. But this is now a threat that is becoming real, to say because of climate change, we have a threat of business immigration. But obviously, colleagues, it's very clear for us that inclusivity is an all-inclusive concept, if I may say that, because it needs all of us to put our hands on the deck and ensure that we embark on our integrated approaches in our planning, in our decision-making, and also in ensuring that we have resilient cities and also sustainable cities. And we will do that if we are supported by, for example, good data. We have good knowledge management strategies in place, and also public participation approaches that are meant to ensure that everyone and everybody is safe in our cities. Thank you, colleagues. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Prof, for such an insightful presentation. Colleagues, I did indicate earlier on that in as much as cities are at the center of climate change, they are also centers of innovation. They are also laboratories where we learn new things, where we implement and experiment on a number of issues. And eThekwini here is just a very good example of what is happening as far as climate change is concerned. Can I propose that Prof. Ngubane, you stay online until we finish with the second presenter so that we can have questions at the same time? Your presentation was very good, and I have to indicate that one of the advantages of having the conference on climate change here in Durban is that we have a very good case study. Durban have seen it all, starting with the floods of 2017, 2019, talk of COVID, then talk of the riots, and back again to floods. We have gone all through this full circle. So we do have challenges, yes, but we also have very good examples of how we can achieve inclusive cities. Thank you very much for that presentation, Prof. Ngubane. Allow me now to call upon our second keynote speaker, Dr. Belinda Vester. Dr. Vester is a registered professional urban planner with South African Council for Planners, and is also a senior academic and researcher in the Department of Urban Regional Planning at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. She has been recognized for her commitment to inclusive urban planning strategies by being awarded with the Outstanding Community Planning Award and the 2025 Women Planner of the Year award by SACPlan. Her scholarly work is characterized by innovative methodological approaches, including critical examination of professional academic practices and community-centered methodologies for urban development. Dr. Vesta is recognized nationally and internationally for the academic rigor by being appointed to the numerous journal and conference editorial boards and scientific review committees, external postgraduate examiners, as well as supervisor and panelists for industry and academic conversations. Dr. Vesta's work exemplifies a forward-thinking approach to urban planning that prioritizes social inclusion, technological innovation, and sustainable development. By publishing in context-responsive research topics, she has established herself as a significant contributor to community-centered and sustainable urban planning and planning education. Dr. Belinda Vesta, the stage is yours. Please join us and give us your keynote speech. Thank you.
Belinda?
Okay. Sorry. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Thank you. I've accidentally muted myself again. Good morning, colleagues, and may I start by thanking our SACHI chair, Prof. Hope and her team, and program director for the invitation and the privilege to share some thoughts with you this morning. I would, of course, have loved to be there in person, but definitely next time around I'll do better planning and be there. May I wish you all a fruitful conference where many connections are made. A conference is all about action, so let's take some action together. My name is Belinda Vesta, as program director said and introduced me, and I have had the honor to be an academic in urban planning for the past 30 years. And I'm going to talk to you about who is left at the door, placing communities at the center of inclusive planning through ethic of care and collaborative eco-practices. So if we look at the title, you can see that I'm already giving you a number of clues. First, the question we are grappling with: who is left at the door? Who are those excluded? Whose voices are not heard or amplified? And in which spaces are those voices a whisper or even silent? And the second clue I'm providing is my conceptual and practice position by alluding to the useful frameworks in both the ethic of care framework and the collaborative eco-practice framework. So in this presentation, I'm going to share some reflections from my own community engagement and planning education practices, but it applies in general on how we as planners can rethink our practice to ensure communities are never left outside the rooms where decisions about their lives are made. This position of community-centeredness has special relevance if you look at the theme of this conference of adapting to climate change and beyond. It is well documented in literature and global as well as local policy documents that climate change severely and disproportionately impact local communities. and that community-centered adaptation strategies have been recognized as vital pathways to both climate resilience and climate mitigation. But then we have to open the doors to continuously recognize and amplify those community voices. So community-centered or community-based planning is not something new. And I'm sure all of you had to study somewhere at university about the communicative or collaborative or participatory planning theories, community engagement or participation practices. Names like Patsy Healy, Prof. Vanessa Watson, Inzim Boer, Tudor Jones, Almendinger. I'm sure all those theories might be the stuff of nightmares if you think back to your student days. So, with all this knowledge and years of theory influencing our practice, we are still not getting it right, it seems. Sager summarizes it for us by remarking that we have to make collaborative planning theory and practice less vulnerable and more robust in the face of accusations that this planning positionality serves other interests than intended. Thus, who's left at the door? Who is left outside the rooms and why? Community-centered planning is a theoretical position, but it also shapes our practices, our decision-making, but most importantly, it is a normative position. That's a professional value position. Patsy Healy tells us that it is an attempt in planning to share power. In South Africa, exclusion is not abstract or unintentional. It is rooted in a legacy of spatial injustices. This makes the need for truly inclusive planning all the more urgent. In our urban context, the legacy of apartheid spatial planning continues to shape cities where profound inequalities persist, leaving many communities literally and figuratively at the door of urban opportunities. This is in spite of democratic advances. Today, informal or less formal settlements, peripheral townships, and under-resourced neighborhoods reflect an ongoing spatial injustice where millions of residents experience what Joan Tronto would recognize as a fundamental break in care relationships, where those with power fail to meet community needs. To open the proverbial door, I'm advocating for two agendas. The first is the care agenda, and the second is the collaborative eco agenda. These two agendas or frameworks form then the foundation of my community-centered practice, be it in the community engagement, research, or teaching spaces. So let's have a look at what we can learn from these frameworks. And I'm going to ask you to look at any issues that might resonate with your own practice. So the presentation will then first focus and consider the ethic of care framework, which offers a community-centered grounding for planning. And then second, the collaborative eco-practice framework, which considers how collaboration, context, and sustainability practices shape community planning. Along these, I'll share 4 case studies to illustrate community-centeredness and influence and shape and how communities influence and shape these frameworks. All these case studies have the goal to demonstrate in a practical way how we can continuously keep the door open to ensure community-centeredness is embedded in our everyday work, whether we're officials, practitioners, or educators. It should be noted that the two frameworks do not stand in isolation from each other, as will be demonstrated in the case studies. They are very much entangled and overlap. The reason for using the dimensions in the framework is to continuously remind us of elements that might be hidden, or that we might forget, or that we might assume, which all of these are a real threat to inclusivity. Together, these lenses allow us to explore both theory and practice in building more inclusive cities. So we're going to start off with the ethic of care framework. And this framework provides is quite a valuable framework for planners because it shifts our focus from efficiency only to relational responsibility. The framework offers 5 care phases. The first being caring about, or what you can call attentiveness. This is where we have to see and understand the real needs of communities. Secondly, caring for or responsibility. This is where we as professionals own our role in meeting those needs. Thirdly, caregiving or competence. This is where we ensure we are skilled and effective in providing the care that's needed by communities. Care receiving or responsiveness, adapting to feedback and changing context and caring with. This is where we work in solidarity and continuously develop trust in the community. So each of these care phases apply to all stakeholders and partners in a project, including the communities. So not just the responsibility of the professionals. We should ask the questions in every planning project or strategy. How are we being attentive? How are we being responsible? How are we being competent? How are we responsive? And how are we being just? As well as who is being attentive, responsible, competent, responsive, and just. As these care phases remind us that our work is fundamentally about sustaining human well-being. The second framework is one that captures the interdependence between the need to work together, our collaborative practice, and the foregrounding of socio-ecological concerns. Its objective is to contextualize the sustainability agenda within local realities and operationalizing them to bring about that local impact that we're always looking for. The reason for this focus is that being collaborative and foregrounding the ground level local context is in many times one of those assumed issues in planning and not explicit. This framework was initially developed from the UNESCO Education for Sustainable Development approach, and then we developed it further and enriched it and contextualized it through local community-centered planning projects. So the 4 dimensions here draw our attention to the importance of broadening the voices and the knowledge areas by demanding multidisciplinarity in addressing the complex and wicked community challenges. Secondly, by foregrounding and being explicit about sustainability pillars and principles, and not assume that everybody is on the same page. Everybody do not value sustainability and its urgency, and all its subsidiaries, such as climate resilience, with the same level of urgency. It is not front of mind of everybody. Third, by not generalizing, but focusing our attention on the local, the fine-grained, and the nuanced realities of our communities. And then finally, to flatten the power deficit that communities often experience by culturally sensitive empowerment strategies. So if we move to the 4 case studies that I have for you here, just in general, the 4 case studies are practical examples where different parts of the frameworks were applied. We will briefly look at the role of Quantable Helix partners in case study 1. Then I'm going to move to design thinking methodology in case study 2. Case study 3 highlights the value of persona practices. And case study 4 focuses on culturally responsive, sustainable community practices. So we have case study 1 up there, and the objective of this case study is to shift the research agenda that traditionally and typically is determined by first funding agencies and or universities And how we're trying to shift it in this project is to include marginalized voices right from the start when the research agenda is developed. Thus, not come to communities with a developed research question or project question, but to co-design the question. This is very challenging, and we had to search for a long time, almost 2 years, before we got a funding agency willing to commit to a project without a clear developed question to answer. With this project, we do have a research theme though, so we are working within the sustainable smart education space, thus technology underpinned by sustainability principles in the education space. This multidisciplinary longitudinal project see quantable helix partners work together from civil society helix represented by community members in the first place. In this case, we have NGOs like the Development Action Group and the 18 Gangster Museum NGO in Kailicha, who's also assisting. Academics with 3 universities represent different disciplines, which is the academic helix, then government helix with government policies and regulations, as well as Stockholm Local Council as an active partner in this project. Industry or business is lagging behind at the moment because, in their words, it's a messy space. And there are many deterrents for getting actively involved in community projects. And then finally, the environmental helix that is promoted by the focus of this project on sustainability principles. So in this project, we were focusing specifically on the youth voices as part of the marginalized community. And what we found in the first iteration so far is distressing, to say the least, that there is a deep level of hopelessness and disillusionment with the socioeconomic situation in their specific local communities. As one youth commented, nowadays education is not our ticket out of poverty. So why go to school? Why waste our time? Why even bother? The second case is an example of having an authentic and deep understanding of community challenges from their perspective, thus empowering community members by elevating their lived knowledge, not as an afterthought or a tick box exercise through public participation top-down activities, but rather their lived knowledge and experiences as the foundation for formulating the problem that drives the project. Again, not coming into the community with already knowing what the questions are, and even worse, already knowing what the answers are. This is especially challenging when working with technology, as is the case in this project. Because technology and the disciplines that work in technology are very much focused on solutions. The project here is a collaboration between the community of the informal settlement of Dunoon, the city of Cape Town, information systems and urban planning students from 2 local universities, and then a multidisciplinary group of students from the Avans University in the Netherlands. And the focus is to understand major challenges that the community experience in different sectors. Now, these sectors include quality of the natural environment in their local community. There's a beautiful deep river running through this community. We also look at natural environment, waste management and water pollution, food security issues, public services, and then crime and grime. This year, because this project has been rolled out in different formats since 2020, this year we are focusing specifically on the informal economy and develop sustainable technological innovations specifically for that sector. So what I have there in the table is just a way to map some of the frameworks and thinking because the frameworks that we work with helps us to look differently at different projects. So design thinking and the different phases of design thinking, as you can see there, are the framework that we use to design the actual project. And then you have the ethic of care framework that I just referred to earlier, that we mapped on top of the design thinking framework. And then we look at how does it, what is the application of it then for the informal traders in Dunoon. So you can see the empathize phase. This is where we continuously have community workshops where we look at what are the major challenges before we even think about what the challenges are from an academic perspective. So in this case, fresh produce spoilage were identified by informal traders as a huge cost deterrent and a huge problem that they are having. So if we just skip there, then you'll see then in the ideate phase, which is where we are mapping the ethic of care competence element. This is where we use workshops and interviews again with communities, and we co-design digital solutions to respond to that high levels of spoilage of fresh produce. If we continue with this case study, then we'll say the project has many outputs to immerse students as far as possible in the community challenge. For example, the multidisciplinary groups have to develop empathy maps. They have to develop digital stories as part of the empathize and define phase, then create ideation boards and decision matrix to evaluate their ideas. And they do all of this with the assistance of the community. Then they have to refine the final prototypes during site visits and testing it by reflecting with communities. So I don't have examples of the prototypes here because that's not the focus today of the presentation, but just to talk you through it. So example of a prototype for the informal food vendors included this year a smart system that monitors produce freshness and stock levels using IoT sensors and smart mats that would alert vendors instantly about spoilage risks and if the inventory changed. Another prototype was an AI mobile app paired with a smart misting umbrella that helps fruit and vegetable vendors manage inventory through photo-based ripeness detection while keeping produce fresh and cool. So these are just examples of how students within an interdisciplinary space can come up with real innovative solutions with the assistance of communities. Then case study 3 is an example of both the care framework and the collaborative eco framework by focusing attention on continuously thinking with the community, even if we don't have direct access to them. I think that's a huge problem, not just in the academic space, but with all professionals, that we don't have that continuous access with our communities. Access to communities, I'm sure you're well aware, can be very difficult, and numerous obstacles such as mistrust, safety concerns, community saturation, and loss of interest can hamper community-centered approaches that is dependent on that community, that continuous community engagement. By developing community or citizen personas, we can invite them into that professional conversation and space where decisions are made by ensuring that we continuously think with the community. We have to be creative here and find ways to have that needed continuous connection with the community and move away from the practice of dipping in and dipping out of our communities. The final case example that I want to share with you was developed specifically to assist communities in recognizing the good work that they are doing and how they are already solving their own problems. I think this is really an area that we miss an opportunity to celebrate with our communities. This is thus an attempt to give recognition and empower communities with what is existing and what is inspiring, and to inspire more communities taking up that space in their own quality of life and developing their own quality of life. Community practices were celebrated and amplified by helping the existing community initiatives to design posters and post on social media to showcase their activities. South Africans are creative and innovative, and we are problem solvers. And this project draws attention to how different cultures experience urban challenges and how they respond to such challenges. In summary, the question is, how can we open doors? From the frameworks and case studies, a number of shared ideas emerge. First is that we should seek out and recognize the lived knowledge of our communities. And we shouldn't see it as a supplementary resource, but we should see it as foundational to inclusive planning. We should start there, where the most authentic kind of knowledge is currently existing. Secondly, we can open doors by embedding strategies that continuously amplify community voices and ensure that their experiences drive meaningful change in our local context. A number of strategies already exist in this space. I am contributing currently to one of such strategies, which is the City of Cape Town's Spatial Planning Collective that they just rolled out, where community representation of all 20 sub-councillors are now at the moment open for nominations. So this is one of those new initiatives. And then very importantly, as chemists powerfully remind us, we must assist people or communities to live well in a world worth living in. By placing communities at the center, we need ongoing engagement that value diverse voices and promote shared ownership and decision-making. So in closing, colleagues, the communities we serve cannot remain outside the door. They must be central to the processes. They have to be part of the initiation processes right from the start. That's where we start our thinking. My hope is that the frameworks and the examples that I've shared with you today inspire you to reflect, maybe to adapt, and very importantly, to keep innovating in your own context and in your own work. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. Belinda, for that inspiring presentation. Yes, no one should be left at the door. I think that is a very important input to our approach as far as building inclusive cities is concerned. Now, colleagues, having all these two inspiring presentations, you realize that there are two critical things which appear to be converging at this particular point. One is that we had two case studies or keynote speeches which speak to the local text. Believe me, the local context is critical if we are to achieve inclusivity. Dr. Linda was speaking to the role of those in the informal environment who are often neglected, where you find that capital is not more than willing to go through and attend to them. On the other hand, we had gone through a number of issues which Professor Koorbanally had told us about the city, right from the apartheid system and the various intervention measures which are being taken to try to improve the city and make it more inclusive. I would like to believe that there are a number of questions which people have, a number of issues which they want to share also on this subject. So I don't know if Prof. Koorbanally is still with us. Is he?
Yes, Prof. I'm still here.
Thank you very much. Prof, I think let me start off by a number of issues with you, which I believe also colleagues will join in to discuss. Now, we have seen the critical role which the city is playing as far as trying to achieve inclusive cities is concerned. From your presentation, one of the critical issues which I observed is that the role of the private sector is not very clear. What I did notice is that we do have the issue of business threatening to exit the city because of climate change. What role does the private sector play in trying to achieve inclusive cities? Prof, do you get my question?
Yes. I got the question. I'm not too sure if you want me to respond now or you will have a couple of questions, then I will respond.
I want you to go ahead, Prof.
Okay. Now, thanks, Prof, for that question. Is a very important question, and also in my response, I don't want to sound like I'm underestimating the role of business or private sector and their responsibility. We have a very good relationship with the Durban Chamber of Commerce, which is the umbrella body within which all the businesses within the city are affiliated. And when we experienced these floods, we had regular meetings with them. And one of the areas that we were looking at is to say, how do we ensure that businesses are kept informed through communication in whatever form that would help in terms of, for example, early warning systems, and also in terms of recovery during floods or even post floods. Also, in terms of financial contributions, we had a lot of contributions from the private sector in terms of rebuilding our infrastructure. So many of them were voluntarily helping the city in terms of fixing the bridges, as an example, fixing the roads, fixing electricity lines and all of those. We started what we call City Hall discussions with the private sector. And one of the areas was how do we deal together with climate change challenges that we are facing as the city. And they are on board in terms of discussions to take the city forward in terms of resilience and also in terms of building better. And even when it comes to the projects that we are putting on the ground, we have seen quite a lot of improvement in terms of understanding the challenges that we have so that the projects are resilient towards climate change. We also have regular engagements in terms of policy issues. And the private sector is contributing in terms of developing and shaping our policy direction. more so in terms of ensuring that our policy direction is inclusive in the first place, but also ensuring that we are not leaving anyone behind in terms of participation. Even though we do not necessarily have a formal framework which guides their contribution and participation in climate change processes and strategies of the city. But we have seen them playing a bigger role in terms of contributing, at least at the level of ideas and also at the level of financial support when we have these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that response. And let me put it to the floor now. Colleagues, floor is open. Do we have questions pertaining to the keynote presentations? We have heard the first one, which is a case study of eThekwini Municipality, and also another presentation from Dr. Belinda. Do we have any questions for the keynote presenters?
And my question is directed to Dr. Belinda Vester. My question is around the financing. I love the idea that you took a process that you allowed the question to happen. So the research questions to happen when you were with the community. So my question then is, given the aspect around the financing, around the research work, how did you go about convincing the participants and the financiers of the project how they can actually participate in the work, even though the question wasn't there yet? I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
If I may answer, Chair, if I may respond.
Yes, Doc, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the question. Yes, it actually is so anti-intuitive for us to start without a question. The logic will dictate that we should have a question that frames everything. Even if you think about your research work at master's level, at doctoral level, you know, the first thing that your supervisor will ask you, what's your question? You know, what's your research question? Because that contextualizes everything, and it positions everything. The problem with that is you already make a lot of assumptions if you have a question. So you assume certain things and you put those assumptions in the question, and you frame it that way. So that's why we really wanted to see to what extent can we be community-centered. And community-centered means not having assumptions, coming into a space with a blank sheet. So how we, and like I mentioned in my presentation, I mean, it's a huge challenge because it's so embedded in what makes sense to us, how to move through a project, as that you start off with the question. What our big arguments was in the financing application was really very much making an argument for community-centeredness. And what does that mean? That community can not only enter this space when it suits us, that community need to enter the space especially when it doesn't suit us, when it is uncomfortable. And that's right at the beginning. That's an uncomfortable space. That's where we want to hold power as professionals to say, yes, we know what it's supposed to be. We know what the question's supposed to be. So we framed it around that, and then we also framed it around the co-creation methodology, so that we co-create every step of the project, and that will then include the start. Where do we start? So that was the way that it was done, and like I said, I mean, we got many rejections because the expectation was that we should already know what the question is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. My name is Costa Chanza. I come from Malawi. I work for Blantyre City Council as an urban planner and GIS specialist. But I also a PhD student from Zuzu University, one of the institutions that are collaborating in this forum. I wanted to make some points on the uniqueness of cities. That's I think the area presentation. Cities are so unique to the extent that over and above what has already been said, they hold political and governance positions. If you look at any initiative that we have on inclusive cities, cities alone, they hold various positions. They're also 70% of our global carbon emissions, they come from cities. So we cannot leave them aside. They have to be participatory in all initiatives towards inclusivity. But they're also engines of economic growth. Most of the 80% global GDP comes from cities. So their unique role is so important. But also as local authorities, issues of urban planning, city governance, they happen in cities. I think there was also an issue that was talked on, that 70% of the world's population will live in cities by 2050. So their unique role has to be looked into seriously. But as local authorities like Etiquini, cities also play multiple roles as regulators, the taxation and licensing authorities of our areas, as strategic land use planners and developers, consumers of goods and services, but they are also providers of goods to the peripheral areas. Now, coming to the presentation by Dr. Belinda Vesta, I like the way she integrated the projects that they're carrying out and the role of communities. If you look at our communities who are mostly the consumers, we cannot run away from that. Any implementation of a project has to ensure that it's all looking into our communities. All the vulnerability aspects have to be looking into our communities before we have all those projects. Without looking at those vulnerabilities, some of our projects cannot be successful. So the communities have to be central in the process to ensure that they are not staying outside the door. We could talk more and more, but the emphasis on communities in project implementations, be them big or small, is very important. Thank you.
Sorry, Prof, online.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much. I think micro having problem.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right. Hello? Yes, we are back online. Now, thank you very much for that question and for the contribution you've made for Dr. Belinda. I just want to remind the panel that the University of Mzuzu is one of our key partners for the SACHI, Inclusive Cities. So we really appreciate your presence here at this particular conference. I understand there's also a question from our colleagues online, Professor Trinos Gumbo, who is on the standby to contribute to this particular conference. Prof, are you still there online?
I'm here, Prof. Thanks very much for the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes, Prof, you can go ahead with your question.
Oh, wonderful. Thanks. My name is Trinos Gumbo. I'm a full professor specializing in smart and sustainable cities at the University of Johannesburg, Urban Regional Planning Department, also head of school for civil engineering and the built environment. Interesting presentation so far. Thanks very much, keynote speakers. I think the question relates to both of them, but I think one is especially the presentation by Dr. Belinda, I think is more from the higher education institution perspective, of course, with some practical implementations of projects. But I wanted to know from her presentation how now Prof, who presented on the experiences of Durban municipality, how they are infusing indigenous knowledge systems as we strive not to leave anyone behind, to ensure that everyone is included in these efforts or interventions. What was the model? What's the model of participatory planning, especially when it comes to valuing indigenous knowledge systems when you're specializing mainly on spatial planning? As you indicated, there are those three critical issues or aspects or components or building blocks, spatially, economically, and socially. But spatially, how do you infuse the indigenous knowledge systems from the communities to ensure that when you place them, really it's appropriate and they are not, for example, on floodplains and all that that are prone to flooding, because we know that Durban really is going through serious really challenges when it comes to floods, loss and damage and all that. So what models are you really putting in place and implementing to ensure that the communities get to understand and be part of this, I'd say, a intervention that we've been talking about? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Prof Koorbanally, are you online?
Yes, Prof, I'm still online. I can come in first. It's okay. With regard to indigenous knowledge, you will recall that in my presentation I did talk about one of the projects that we did with Amakosi, which is the chiefs in rural areas. We have about 19 tribal areas in our municipality, because our municipality is almost 38% rural. So this project, although it was a pilot, 1 out of 19, went very well and is proving to be a very good strategy in terms of dealing with spatial inequalities in rural areas, but also in terms of acknowledging all the resources that the tribal areas have. For example, when it comes to indigenous knowledge, what we have gathered in tribal areas is their form of early warning systems. If you sit down with them, they are able to tell you how they will detect very early in the day that there is going to be a storm coming into the area. That kind of indigenous knowledge is then documented through this project that I was talking about, and is going to be shared across the tribal areas, so that they are part of this process that I spoke about of our own early warning system and application that we developed for Kennedy Road informal settlement. But also when it comes to engaging the tribal authorities and those who are living in their areas, we have looked at different areas for that encompass spatial planning. For example, the services. How do you ensure that when you build in those tribal areas, you are able to build in such a way that you do not impede the development of services in those specific areas. So they are now taught how to plan and how their plans can accommodate the services that will be put in those areas. And also building in disaster-prone areas has been one area that has been topical in that particular strategy that has been developed. And in this instance, as part of spatial planning, something which also came from them was that, for example, to avoid vulnerability during climate change incidents, people should then identify those disaster-prone areas and would rather demarcate them in terms of their spatial planning as grazing a land for their livestock. That was a very interesting idea to come from the community, that they understand now that they can't build their houses on the riverbanks, but instead the riverbanks can be reserved as grazing land for their livestock, and they can even have that land for agriculture, for crops, because it's closer to water sources if they are on riverbanks. And they now understand that is just one of many examples of what came out of these engagements. But it was a pilot, and we are planning to roll it out to all 18 tribal areas, all 19 tribal areas that we have in our city. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ngubane, for that input. Dr. Belinda, any input from your side on the comments from Professor Gumbo?
Yes, Prof, maybe just shortly, I just get reminded again of the wealth and how much knowledge is sitting in our communities. So if we think about the indigenous knowledge systems, I mean, in our projects, we just refer to it as streetwise, local lived knowledge, to really bring it down to that most local level of knowledge, there where your women in your community, they know which streets to use. They know during which time of the day you do certain types of activities because of safety and security. They know that you don't go and stand at the taxi rank and wait for the taxi, that you wait in your home, and at a certain time it is safe to leave. So that streetwise local lived knowledge that sits with our communities. So I just get reminded again that, you know, it's not a nice to have to hear those community voices continuously. It is absolutely essential, because of the amount of knowledge that we can tap into, and that can inform the kind of implementation that we roll out further down the line. Just the last thing that I want to say maybe on this point is, if you look at SDG 11 that we're all very familiar with, you know, it's sustainable cities and communities, and even our SACHI chair, you know, inclusive cities and communities. And I always think language is so powerful that we should even swap that around, that it should be the focus on communities and cities, and not cities and communities, because cities are in some cases in our mind, in our thinking, devoided by the people that actually live there, and that we need to maybe think about swapping that around. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Doc, for that input. Colleagues, do you
Just
have questions?
Just to add a comment, Prof, before you move
Yes.
on.
Yes,
Yeah, I just
Prof.
wanted to appreciate the responses, and at the same time also comment on the other SDG that was also highlighted by Prof. Ngubane, SDG number 17. So as we forge the relationships, those partnerships for peace and development, I think Prof. Ngubane, we don't need to leave universities behind. So let's try our level best as municipalities, as we go to the chiefs, the tribal leaders and communities I would say around around the urban fringes, so to say, as you indicated. We need really to ensure that everyone is involved. So to have or to achieve inclusive cities, to start with, let's have holistic partnerships that involve, of course, also international partners as well. Bring in international partners that have the finance and part of the expertise that we don't have. Also municipalities, universities, and the communities on the ground. So I just wanted to make that comment, and I appreciate the presentations and the responses. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof. Gumbo. Let me just also indicate that the eThekwini municipality is also one of our key anchors when it comes to the support system for the Search for Inclusive Cities. We have been working together for quite some time, and we've been having a number of projects. So indeed, the comment from Prof. Gumbo is welcome in this particular instance. Colleagues, we still have a lot of time. Do you have any questions from the floor? Okay. Quite a number of hands are up. Dr. Minora, can you please go ahead?
Good morning, colleagues. I would want to say thank you so much to the program directors and the SACHE for extending this the invitation to this conference. So far, I've really learned a lot. And one of the thought-provoking questions that I'm having right now is, to what extent, as a built environment professional, are we addressing the urban dilemmas? The question that I would want to pose here, it's regard to the presentation from Prof. Ngubane. When I was checking, one of the vision of the eThekwini municipality is to ensure that by 2030, it's inclusive, livable, as well as a walkable city. Now, my question with regards to that vision is to how do you incorporate and evaluate urban planning dilemmas, such as the floods in your planning? And my next question will be, to what extent do you also engage with the other disciplines with regards to the mitigation of those urban planning dilemmas? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Minora. Can I ask if we can take a few questions more before you can respond, Prof? You've got a number of hands up. Let us take all the questions so that at least you answer all the questions at once.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Nsigayetu Konzana, and my question is going to be addressed mostly to Dr. Ngubane. First of all, I would like to thank you for your good presentation. But I want to find out, based on inclusivity, what are the mechanisms that have been put in place to actually cater for the historical marginalized communities? Because most of the time we speak of inclusivity in terms of being superficial. And we all sing Kumbaya, but when it comes to time of implementation, the poor are getting poorer and the richer are getting richer. So I would like to find out, as we know that there's actually poor policies for inclusivity that have been put in place. Even the good ones, there's poor implementation of the good ones. So now I would like to find out from Dr. Ngubane, what are the mechanisms that have been put in place to actually cater for the people that have suffered in the past, especially the people of color? What are those mechanisms? What do they look like in this inclusivity? Or are we still going to be speaking about a superficial inclusivity even going forward? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. We'll take one more question.
Thank you. My name is Bantu Mpele. Mine is a contribution from the presentation that was made by our good Prof. Prof. Ngubane. Is eThekwini, I think eThekwini as a metro, as the only metro in KZN is our bread and basket, and therefore we are very concerned about it. Prof spoke very well. But there are a few issues that we want to speak to, especially that speaks to issues of inclusive city, issues of climate change, resiliency, adaptation, and mitigation. Prof, one of the projects that have recently been happened on Anton Lambete, which was meant to promote walkability and stuff, but what you look when you go to the ground and see what has actually happened is that we've created a lot of congestion in that area. And then unfortunately, in terms of the material that was used, it is similar to the one that has been used by Johannesburg in of using brick, because there's a notion that those are easy to maintain. But when I think eThekwini provides a good case study or an example for the city of Joburg to say those kind of projects sometimes in theory they are easy to maintain, but what is happening on the ground shows something totally different. And I've seen people that are walking are using wheelchairs and the blind being unable to utilize those, because in some instances when there's a broken pipe underneath, the contractor just comes and fixes and leaves big holes. So it speaks to issues of safety and making the city more inclusive for everyone. Also, in terms of issues of mitigation and reducing of greenhouse gases, I think eThekwini, even in its IDP, speaks very loudly of the issues of the use of private cars and their contribution in terms of greenhouse gases. Yet when it comes to actually supporting and promoting the use of public transport in the city, it seems as if the city is not doing enough to make us to work with the public transport sector to make the sector more conducive and more ideal for everyone, so that we are able to actually ensure that we as the city we contribute positively towards our Paris Agreement in making sure that we cut down on our carbon emissions. Thirdly, Prof, you spoke about the fact that in 2016 or 2017 we had floods, we had COVID, then in 2022 we had floods again. It would seem as if not just eThekwini, but the province as a whole, we are not learning. It can't be that in 2016, eThekwini and in the same areas was heavily impacted by floods, and in 2022, we are crying about the same situation. What have we done? Have we not learned? What are the strategies that are being implemented on the ground to ensure that we can't always be speaking about floods as a crisis, but there's a window of opportunities, especially in an area whereby we speak about water insecurity in the city. What are we doing to try and make sure that we harvest that water? Because not so long ago, not just we didn't just only suffer from floods, but before we flooded, we had issues of drought. It seems as if we are not ready for anything. So those are issues that clearly must be addressed. And lastly, the beautiful video that Prof showed of that young lady and her vision for herself, it seems as if we look into the history of the city and the city that we've inherited from the apartheid administrators, is that the city seems to be regressing. In fact, in terms of service delivery and maintenance, it seems as if the city is regressing. And when we look at the future, we are worried unless something drastic happens to change the fortunes of the city. We might not have a city that the most livable city by then. I thank you.
Thank you for that contribution. Another question, please? All right. Can we have more questions, please? If there are any online questions?
Yes, Prof, there's one here. Egan's
Right.
Mand.
Can you go ahead?
Yes, Prof. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thanks to Prof. Koorbanally and Dr. Belinda for those insightful presentations. My question is directed to Dr. Belinda. I'm not too sure if it's going to be a question or just a concern, but I would love to hear something from her side. It's in connection with the communities that we're planning for. From her presentation, she says the communities should be at the center of planning, which is true, and which is something that inclusive cities is also striving to achieve. However, I think we need to be realistic and talk also about the other side of our communities. Some communities are resilient when it comes to collaboration that we want to obviously partner with them. I'm not too sure. Maybe it depends on the area where one is active. But if you go to some communities, they have lost hope. They have lost trust. They have lost interest in whatsoever that has to do with the local government, in whatsoever that has to do with the experts from outside their area, including the researchers. They want nothing that has to do with anything from or anybody from outside. So in that case, Dr. Belinda, I've been trying to think, how do we maneuver through? The communities have been damaged emotionally, they've been betrayed, so they want no partnership with whoever from or comes from outside their area. I'm not too sure if my question is clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I take two more questions before I can open? Okay. Mr. Ndwandwe, please.
Thank you and good morning once more. Mine is more on the part of community-based planning, to particularly, I think it is addressed to Prof. Koorbanally from a municipal perspective, having heard Dr. Belinda's presentation, in terms of what would be the reflection from a municipal perspective in terms of how we approach participatory processes for key policy documents like the spatial development frameworks, the land use planning processes, particularly for major projects. Is there any takeaways that maybe the cities need to reconsider instead of always following a tick box exercise? Because in the end, policy documents like the SDFs becomes the one that shape the future of our cities and how we approach development going forward. So in the essence of my question is how involved are the communities, and is there an opportunity, having had the second presentation, to reconsider and rethink that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ndwandwe. There's a gentleman at the back.
Thank you. My question is for Prof. Koorbanally. Given on the topic of carbon emission and climate change, we know that the construction industry is one of the leading industries in terms of carbon emission. I wanted to ask how there are strategies to promote alternative building technologies and housing delivery specifically, or maybe post recovery of the people that were affected by floods. Thank you.
Thank you. Last one here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Percy Shemhloni Shombata. I'm from the School of Law. My question is also directed to Prof. Ngobane. I'm writing a lot on refugees, asylum seekers, and in one of the papers that I've actually presented at Stellenbosch University, I dealt with the issues of eThekwini in relation to climate change. And one of the issues that I spoke about is the exclusion of refugees and asylum seekers in relation to climate change matters in the city of eThekwini. And of course, I looked at your 2022 floods and looked at literature in one of the papers. One of the Malawian citizens, of course, he's now a refugee. He wrote in that paper that during those floods, they were not catered for. So in relation to, my question is directed to you, Mr. Prof. Ngobane. What is the city doing in order to ensure that refugees and asylum seekers are not excluded from all these discussions that we are talking about today? And in your response, Prof, I'm pretty sure you're aware that the South African Constitution, the South African Preamble stipulates that South Africa belongs to everyone who lives in it. And of course, there are certain rights in terms of the South African Constitution that applies to citizens, but there are certain rights that apply to everyone. Yet the city of eThekwini does not actually cater for refugees and asylum seekers in relation to climate change matters. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Do we have any online questions? One. Can you take that one as the last one so that I can give the opportunity to the keynote speakers to respond?
Samuel, please.
All right. Can you please go ahead? Any question from online participants?
Yes. My name is Dr. Samuel from Nigeria. Can I go on?
Yes, you can go ahead, please.
Yeah, listen to the presentation by the two presenters, very fantastic. My question is, what is the involvement of the local government authorities in the federal system in working with these communities for inclusiveness? Because the communities, the local government is constituted by these communities. That is, the communities form the local government. And the local government has the statutory power over the communities. How are the local governments get involved in coordinating these communities in order to achieve inclusiveness? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. We have got 9 questions. And out of these 9 questions, 8 are directed to Professor Ngubane. So I'll ask Dr. Belinda to go ahead first to respond to the question which was posed earlier about the issue of community centers and how people are losing interest in accommodating outsiders. Thereafter, we'll move on to Professor Ngubane to answer all these questions. Hopefully that will take us to our lunch break, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm sure if there are more questions, we can still go ahead, Dr. Minora, because we are now eating into your time. All right? Prof. Ngubane, are you available to this challenge?
Yes, Prof, even though I'm not too sure yet if I will do justice to respond to all of the questions religiously. But as you requested, maybe Belinda can come first, just deal with that one question, then I will come back to respond to all the other 8 questions.
Thank you very much. Dr. Belinda, it's your time.
Thanks, Prof, is doing the heavy lifting for us today. Right, yeah, that's a very good question, and one that I alluded to in my presentation about the fact that we all support that communities need to be at the center of what we do, but communities has lost hope, they've lost trust, they're disillusioned, and I find that every time I go to communities on a weekly basis, and informal settlements, so informal communities, and it's absolutely true, and it's absolutely there, and it's devastating. The last case study that I shared with you is one that we rolled out this year, and it is one where we're trying to start responding to this negative attitude towards community engagement and community centeredness. And that was the one where we're trying to almost develop a best community practice from the community side, where we amplify the positivity and the cases where communities are successful in solving their own problems and responding to their own challenges. So that is one of the trajectories that we're on at the moment, to see how we can combat this mistrust issue. I have to say, I think to a large extent, universities, and I think one of the previous speakers referred to that, universities has got a massive role to play here, to be that intermediary between local government, and I think our last speaker was talking about that, Dr. Samuel, you know, the role of local government. Local government, I find in my context, they are not welcomed into certain community spaces, most informal community spaces. So you, as universities, we have the opportunity to play that intermediary role. So, I mean, most of the times when I come into for the first time into these community spaces, people will just tell me, if you're from the municipality, I'm not interested. I don't want to hear what you have to say. I don't want to listen to anything. Another way that we found specifically in the Dunoon informal settlement, and we've been spending at least 4 years there already, that has served us well, is to take the actual time at the start of the project to understand the power dynamics within your community. And again, be very careful with assumptions. To understand the power dynamics, to understand who are the people who the community listens to. So, for example, in Dunoon, we've got what we call the Dons of Dunoon, or they call themselves the Dons of Dunoon. They are taxi bosses, and they've got a 3-story shack at the entrance to Dunoon, and they sit there at the top. They've got a stoop area, and they are watching everything that's going on in Dunoon. So the first thing that you have to do is get up there, the 3 stories, make sure that you have a connection with the Dons of Dunoon, and then what they say and the power that they exude assist you in getting work done at lower levels. So yeah, that whole idea of the mistrust, the hopelessness, the disillusionment, I mean, it's there. That is the difficult part of community-centered planning, is to try and find ways not to be deterred as a professional, as an academic, not into that space, because it's too a difficult space. If you absolutely believe, and if your disciplinary values force you to go into that space, then you find ways. And that's why the case studies that I've given you, I mean, it's ways that I'm trying continuously to creatively find ways around obstacles. And yeah, those are just 2 examples that I can suggest. A context, of course, is different every time. So for me, a golden rule is really to go and spend some time. And there your universities can assist. We can strengthen the hand of a local government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Belinda. I'm being reminded here that we are running behind schedule, but nevertheless, I think we need to do justice to the questions which we have here, to call upon Professor Ngubane to respond to the issues raised by participants here. Prof, are you available?
Yes, thanks, Prof. I will just summarize in terms of my responses, but obviously some of the responses will be capturing or responding to a variety of questions. So my apologies in advance if I do not specifically address the individual question that you had posed. But let me start with what the city is doing in terms of climate change. That will also clarify some of the things that have been asked for by the participants here. One, the city has a strategy to deal with climate change. It was adopted by council, and the strategy has an action plan which is revised on or reviewed on annual basis. And also that action plan has the actions that need to be done and implemented by the city as part of mitigation, as part of ensuring resilience, and also as part of participation by communities. The mayor is the champion of our climate action plan, and he is the chair of the committee that deals with climate change challenges. And also, we have a forum that meets at least quarterly, where we are able to interact with our communities with regard to the climate change challenges. In this platform, we are able to get ideas which are part of indigenous knowledge. We are able to get ideas from different partners like your private sector and also community members in general. And that is packaged as part of the review of our annual action plan when it comes to the strategy itself. Specifically, when you are dealing with these dilemmas, you will find that there are certain pockets of excellence that we would like to share with communities. Let me give you just two examples that we spoke about earlier. Firstly, the early warning system that we developed as an application for the Kennedy Road informal settlement. That has become a very good learning experience for us. In fact, we are rolling it out to the other disaster-prone areas, and almost all those informal settlements are very interested in having an application like that so that they are able to organize themselves as part of readiness during the times of disasters. And in terms of the reach, in our municipality, even though we know that it's not everybody who will have access, for example, to a cell phone, because that application will use any kind of cell phone, even if it is not your normal Android or advanced phones. What we have done as part of access to technology, we have rolled out quite a number of Wi-Fi hotspots in many of our, in fact, almost 100% of our community halls have Wi-Fi hotspots, which will have a radius of about 50 meters. So people around that area are able to access, for example, this application of the early warning system. So that is part of inclusion in terms of especially those who were previously marginalized and disadvantaged. But also when it comes to participation, as I indicated, generally our policies are very inclusive. Our SCM process is very inclusive in the fact that we have even put aside almost 30% of our budget towards projects that are part of our tendering system to accommodate local and historically disadvantaged people. And also when it comes to public participation, how they benefit is that we go to them instead of them coming to us as the city governments. We have now divided the city into 8 regions. And for example, when we have budget izimbizo or public participation process on the budget itself, we go to those 8 regions and we engage with people. And climate change is one of the areas that are thoroughly discussed in those engagements, and people are able to even indicate to us what they would need to be climate change resilient in terms of their houses, in terms of their roads, and so on. And also that also talks to the lessons learned study that we did about 2 years ago. In fact, after the first 2017 floods, we had a collaboration with the National Treasury and other international organizations to have lessons learned out of those floods. There are details of how, for example, we responded, and we have now improved our response times And also what we have learned there is what should be the package, the response package that goes to especially those hard-hit communities. You might have seen, for example, in Nanda, disaster that we had about a year ago. We even involved, for example, international organizations like Care of the Givers and so on, because we learned from the 2017 floods that we can't go alone when we are dealing with climate change. And that is why, for example, I flighted that goal number 17 to say partnerships are very important because, you know, with climate change, nobody can predict what is going to happen. And I think from the professional point of view, it's all fair for us to understand that there's no way that we can prevent disasters from happening, but we can mitigate the impact of disasters when they are happening. And that is where we need to collaborate as different organizations, as different teams to ensure that at least we minimize the impact. But we are even far from that, given, as I indicated earlier on, that some of the challenges that we have that are also helping in exacerbating climate change incidents and disaster incidents are historical. Apartheid systems that we had in our country. But also when it comes to asylum seekers and also the brothers from other countries. Yes, we admit that we do not have a formal strategy of dealing specifically with asylum seekers. However, our strategy has always been inclusive in the sense that when a shop, for example, has been hit hard by a disaster, we don't have to look at the nationality of that particular person. All that we do is to respond according in terms of the package that is provided in terms of our response plan. And I can assure you that, for example, when we're hit by the riots in 2022, we even had a response package from the city where we were able to help those that had their shops burnt down and so on to start afresh. And we had some incentives that were provided, and those incentives did not look at the color, did not look at the nationality, as long as you could prove to us that you had a shop and you lost so much, and there's evidence of that, you are not insured or whatever the case is, we were able to help. And also, yes, Prof.
Prof, can I just hold you there? I think we are running behind time.
Okay, no, thanks very much. Apologies that I couldn't respond to each and every question, but thank you for allowing me to participate in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ngubane. Thank you for that insightful discussion which you have just presented now. Colleagues, unfortunately, I've been reminded here that we are running behind time, but nevertheless, let me end by saying that we have a vision, we have a dream of building inclusive cities. As we progress with that particular dream, let us not leave others behind or close the door. That is the message which we get from the key presenters. So we are going to end this plenary session for now and then ask Dr. Minora to guide us into the next sessions. I thank you very much for your patience, for attending and contributing to this plenary. Thank you very much. Dr. Minora, you can take over.
Thank you so much, Program Director, and thanks so much to everyone. We are learning a lot about our inclusive cities. How do we engage with those urban challenges from a planning perspective, designing perspective, and all the contributors as far as inclusivity is concerned. Our next session is now on the breakout rooms. Each and every room has got a link which is embedded. We've got room 1, which is for climate education and policies. We have got room 2, which is for climate extremes, informal economy, and human settlement. And the last class, that will be room 3, that is climate change and innovation for the future city. Thank you so much, and I hope you are going to enjoy the conference. Physical is here. Physical is here, and room 1, 2, and 3. Remember, there's also the links that are embedded as well in all those rooms. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Please let's take note that the room section starts immediately. Room 1 is here. Room 2 is directly opposite to where room 3 is just adjacent house. Please also take note that there's a coffee and sandwich at a Duke. You can just pick that and take it to your room while the presentation starts immediately. Thank you. Also take note there will be lunch break at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, immediately is 1 o'clock. We are going to the Duke for our lunch. Thank you.
Shakila, can you repost the link, please, on the chat? Because they're not active directly here.
Colleagues, we have an issue with the connection at on campus. Please be patient. We're trying to connect to a router. Apologies. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. The entire campus Wi-Fi is off, so we're just trying to connect to routers in all the rooms. Thanks.
Um, Thank you once again, and good day, colleagues. Allow me to myself. My name is Emmanuel Lete. I work for Education Municipality in the Strategic Planning Branch. I have been assigned the task of co-chairing Room 1. First up, given that we're having a hybrid session, apologies for all the technical glitches. Allow me to call up the first presenter. They go by the name Akin Makosa Lunga. They are affiliated to the
Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. Am
Yes,
I
we can hear
audible?
you, Akim.
Okay, thank you. I'm having difficulties in trying to share my screen here.
Did you email your presentation, sir?
Yes, I did. I can send it even now, if it's possible. But I did send it before the 30th.
I'm trying to access your presentation.
Okay. Okay. Sorry? Or maybe you require me to resend it again, ma'am?
Mr. Lunga, we are trying to resolve a technical challenge that we have. We are trying to share your presentation. However, we are unable to share it for now. We are trying to resolve that technical challenge. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you, sir.
Please bear with us.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Lunga, are you able to proceed, because it appears that the presentation is being flighted? So perhaps let's give this another attempt. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, my name is Akim Lunga. I'm affiliated with the National University of Science and Technology from Zimbabwe. I'm looking into coastal flooding, then specifically trying to understand the underlying issues to coastal flooding as a philosophy or a study area. And my title is urban planning alone is insufficient to enhance urban, sorry. So I'm trying to enhance urban design and landscape architecture as key fundamental disciplines in dealing with coastal flooding in the city of Durban. So if you can proceed to the next slide. So I'm going to start with the introduction and background. The next slide again, please, sir. Okay. First of all, maybe we should discuss the importance of water as it shapes our cities. We use water for transportation. Then it is also said through science and religion that all living organisms comes from water, right? So we need to understand the dynamics that are concerned with water as a concept or as a study area. So may you please, next slide. Okay. So in as much as water is important to our lives, it carries or comes with significant risks and uncertainties. In this juncture, I will be looking at the risk of of coastal flooding. We've got an example where we are saying coastal flooding is affecting the world at large. For example, coming closer to home in Africa, a number of approximately 600,000 people were severely affected by floods in the year 2000. Then we can also talk about Cyclone Idai, which affected our neighboring Mozambique, Malawi, destroying critical infrastructure worth 1 billion. The same can be said to South Africa, where eThekwini has also reported that it has lost some economic activities, the GDP falling to the lines of 1.5. So that in essence shows that in as much as we live with the water, there is an uncertainty that is pertaining to water. So we need to actually devise ways to make sure that these uncertainties are actually working for us, not against us. So there is a planning concept that says we should plan with the water. So, but now the issue will be on the underlying dynamics or uncertainties or systems that are affecting our coastal floods. For example, you've got sandy beaches. Sandy beaches are it's a philosophy or a study that is hinged into what geology. So we need to study the particles or the makeup of those sandy beaches. And each and every coastal city has got different types of sandy beaches. So which means our measures to deal with flooding in those areas are site specific, and then they are different. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is that picture depicts sandy beaches where we are saying that our human activities, as we can see, there is a road there. Our human activities has got an impact into the general sandy beaches. And then how does this affect coastal flooding as a whole? So where we are saying that the human activities or the human hand or the human touch actually affect the morphology of the of our coastal cities, where, for a lack of a better word, the hairline of our coastal cities is continuously being affected by our human activities. So then, so the question now lies in understanding the underlying systems, where we're saying, is urban planning enough to deal with these underlying systems? Because I've mentioned the issue of sandy beaches. The other people are saying coastal flooding is a result of a rise in sea levels. Other people are saying coastal flooding is a result of urbanization. So urban planning as a single profession, do we think it is enough to act as a central profession to deal with this? Or it has been a profession that has evolved over time, and due to that, it has lost its identity? Or maybe our cities are now cities that have actually become more and more dynamic, thereby requiring a multidisciplinary approach. Next slide, please. So this was the explanation. So then there are two critical arguments that I want to present. An argument by Jonathan Barnett in his book, Urban Planning for Public Policy. So he challenges that urban design is a brainchild of urban planning, where he says that urban planning is divided into the design dimension and the policy dimension. So then we can now say, for our cities, in a phenomenal approach, where we are saying we want to identify critical issues or climate-related issues, there we are saying we need to be more technical. We need to embrace design and visualization, or be more technical in the sense that we're saying designs speak more, or designs are more site specific. So Jonathan Barnett actually he tries to critique the dominance of traditional urban planning, where he says that urban planning should not be, or is mostly hinged into what? Into policy. But now he also argues that urban planning has got another dimension, which is the design dimension. That's where urban design comes into play. So then Pinson, in his work in 2007, he said that urban planning is an undisciplined discipline. So in this nature, he argues again to say it has tried to incorporate many disciplines from social sciences, architecture, sociology into one. So thereby its own identity has been blurred. So are we willing to work with such a discipline where it fails to identify itself on its own, whereby we're saying it suffers an identity crisis, if I may say? So next slide. Next slide, please. A slide where. So here, I'll unpack. So what problem do we have? We have a problem where we are saying that it is very hard for us to. There is a thin line between the regulatory and the discretionary systems, where we are saying a planner we assume that a planner can design, right? Then we assume that a planner can do policy. But now these two functions, even though they are within the planning segment, it can be argued that there should be a distinction. But now what we are doing is we are using a one-size-fits-all, whereby a planner does everything. So this on its own, it becomes a problem for us, where we are saying technical problems or problems that require a technical approach. We also think urban planners can actually deal with that. But now we also realize that our African cities are more into what a policy, or they are more into regulatory systems. This is evident from Chirisa's work in 2014, where he was looking into how bureaucracy in Zimbabwe, in urban planning in Zimbabwe, is impeding sustainable development. Then going on to the next slide, please. So the review of literature, my theoretical framework is based upon, or it builds upon, Jonathan Barnett's seminal work, where he advocates for design as a public policy. So he argues that urban design is not only, it shouldn't be only seen as an aesthetics type of approach, where he argues that the development of urban design was meant as a tool for cities to beautify themselves or to compete within each other. But now we also have some what we call urban design principles and concepts. These are known or seen to be laws that guide urban designers. So that on its own, it justifies that urban design can actually work to be a policy. Next slide. So what is the role? I'm not discrediting urban planning to say we should do away with urban planning. So now we're saying what is the role of urban planning in flood mitigation? We have concepts like the sponge city concept. We have the blue-green infrastructure concepts, which are planning concepts that going on and on being developed. But now the key question that underlies this is the design language of urban planning enough to propel these concepts for us to fight against urban flooding? Next slide, please. Okay, so as I've mentioned again, urban planning is actively working to work in fighting urban flooding. But at the end of the day, in this paper, I'm advocating for the disciplinary shift, or a paradigm shift, if I may say, to say whenever we are talking about coastal flooding, the central role should be taken by urban design. Why? Because in its inception, urban design came about to be done or practiced by people with backgrounds in landscape architecture, gardening, military engineering, marine services. So that on its own, it means that it is able to actually deal with the underlying systems that I was trying to bring across in my introduction. So urban design, through that multidisciplinary nature, it's actually a viable go-to profession. Next slide. So here is what I was actually trying to do, making a business case for urban design. Why is urban design a better situation? Because it is a profession which is site sensitive. We all understand that the way the floods are affecting Durban and the way the floods are affecting the coastal city of Maputo, they are very different due to various site characteristics that vary. Right? So urban design on its own, it comes about with various concepts like water sensitive urban design. So water sensitive urban design actually helps in dealing or managing or designing with the water at a site specific area. Next slide. Next slide. So I present you a case study of the Koorbanally plan. So from the image there, we see that most of our the developed cities have actually gone a step further in adopting urban design to be central to flood mitigation. And a good example would be Koorbanally, where they used a landscape architecture tool, which is green infrastructure urbanism, to try to mitigate the storm drainages. So thereby, you also have other benefits such as improved health or improved air qualities. Sorry, we have an example in Spain, this super block urbanism, where it was said that something like 60,000 people in Spain last year died because of heat wave. Right? Then from there, after heat waves, we're experiencing floods. So this type of approach is known to be infused within urban design. Then moving on to the research methodology, I used an exploratory qualitative research to investigate, where I used some documents, policy documents from the eThekwini and Durban Integrated Development Plan, where I actually tried to analyze the measures that are taken by the local
So
authorities.
can we start
Next
wrapping
slide.
up, please?
Mr. Lunga, if you can hear me,
Sorry?
can I request that, please, can I
Yes.
request that you draw your presentation to a conclusion? We've run over time and we are running behind the program. Can I please request that you get us into your concluding remarks for 2 minutes? Thanks.
Okay, can you jump to the findings, please? Okay, so the key findings that I found from my study is that urban design is relatively misunderstood within Africa. So, but we are indirectly doing urban design measures. For example, we have the police restoration, wetland rehabilitation in Durban. So what I actually suggest is that we incorporate urban design as in a department of urban design within our local authorities. I also advocate for us to prioritize not water sensitive urbanism. We go on to what we might call coastal flood sensitive urban design, where we are dealing with site specific interventions. Then above all, in our ecological restoration process, I also advocate for us to try and do some or incorporate hydrological modeling for us to test the hydrological performance of our green infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lunga. Apologies to rush you. Thank you for sharing your insights with us. I will then proceed to call upon the second presenter. In terms of the author, it's the paper is titled Unveiling Urban Resilience and the Role of Built Environment Professionals, Challenges and Insights from Dakota Beach and Umdloti, South Africa. The presenters' names are Nyasha Minora and Prof. Hangolani Magedimisha Chipungu, and they are affiliated to the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Can I please hand over to you, sir? Thank you very much.
Right.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Dr. Nyasha. I'm doing a postdoc under the leadership of Prof. Magedimisha. Today, I'm going to present on urban resilience and the role of the built environment professionals. Before I can pick the discussion for today, I would want to revisit one of the statements that was made by President Ramaphosa in the presidential letter 2022. He said, spatial inequalities is one of the worst legacies of the colonial era. He further mentioned that the role of built environment professionals is not just merely constructors, but they are nation builders who are capable of crafting the landscape, the dreams, as well as the aspiration. When I look at that statement, it was merely emphasizing on the transformational role of the built environment professionals in terms of ensuring that we do have an inclusive city. So basically, that's why I'm going to extend as well, my presentation for today. But looking at the topic also, urban resilience and the built environment professionals. Talking about the urban resilience is simply referring to the ability of a city to respond to the shocks. As was mentioned in the early presentation, that cities are the hub of economic activities, but at the same time, they also face numerous challenges, such as the rapid urbanization. And look at the built environment professionals. They are capable of ensuring that they design what are called meaningful public spaces. Now, this is the assertion that has inspired a lot of these built environment professionals to explore to what extent are they capable of ensuring that we do have livable cities. So this rapid transformation that cities are currently experiencing due to the political, social, and spatial transformation. Now, this has become the main policy agenda as cities try to respond to those political, social, and spatial transformation. Not only does the cities change, but even the public spaces
they also change as well, especially in African cities. Not exception to the seat of Durban, where some of its spaces has been revitalized and some of the spaces is also being neglected. So as a result, there's been a focus on urban resilience to ensure that there is a sustainability. So urban resilience has become the main focus to address the challenges that cities are facing in order to ensure the inclusivity. Now, one of the vision of the Queen City is to ensure that by 2030, there is inclusivity, livability, as well as walkability. Now it becomes a challenge looking at the challenges that cities are facing, as well as the vision. This also gives an opportunity to the town planning paradigms to assess to what extent are they capable of addressing those urban dilemmas or those urban challenges. If one is to look into the cities, one of the pondering questions, grappling questions that urban designers or the whole lot of built environment professionals are facing is why certain cities has become inclusive and others have not. Why certain cities, they're still fragmented and disorientated and some are not. So this again gives an opportunity to reflect back to the design theories, the planning instruments, as well as the planning paradigms, such as the combat city, the walkable city, as well as the smart growth principles to assess and understand to what extent are these built environment professionals incorporating those planning paradigms to ensure that we do have a livable city. So the whole aim of this is built environment professionals. They've not been fully successful in developing techniques to ensure and evaluate the success of their implementation. So we are saying, in as much as they're responsible for the planning and the design of a meaningful as places, do they know their roles? Do they know what they do? And what exactly are the instruments which they use in order to implement their strategies? So in this regard, the start is to simply investigate the roles, the experience, and the challenges of the built environment professionals in the implementation of urban planning resilience strategies. There are quite a number of these built environment professionals, but in terms of a selection, I was also guided by the Built Environment Council to look at those built environment professionals that more or less form a cohesive field, that more or less involved in the design and planning of the built environment. My approach to the data collection was the interpretive research design, which really entails interacting with the participants. And this approach helps as well in terms of gaining the information, the insight, and what are the experience. The aim here is to understand the roles, experience of this built environment professional. So in interpretive design, it puts me in a position where you engage with the participants and understand what is that they face day to day as they incorporate certain strategies or certain policies within their line of expertise. To what extent do they even identify, those, urban dilemmas, as well as, evaluating them. So an interpretive approach, it includes both the qualitative and the quantitative. And the qualitative, that was more of the questionnaire where we have to engage with the different professionals, such as the town planning, the architects, the environmentalists, as well as the quantity surveyors. So my preliminary findings was there's so much that built environment professionals has to do. Looking on the other hand, we have got unlimited wants, unlimited needs, but at the end of the day, we have got limited resources. So it becomes a tug of war, but at the same time, we have got a motto, we have got a mandate, which is to ensure that the cities are livable. So the study also gave me an understanding of the critical interface between urban resilience and urban development. As built environment professional, try to engage with the day-to-day challenges, the level as well, the extent and the nature of the spatial urban intervention. But at the end of the day, built environment professionals has got an important role to play in ensuring the livability and inclusivity. As I mentioned, one of the statements that was mentioned by the president, where he emphasized the role of the built environment professionals in ensuring the livability. But at the same time, the spatial planning is also faced by many challenges, such as the political interference, the government system, fragmented government system, as well as the lack of the planning approach. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you very much. I think some interesting outcomes, especially with regards to the nexus between urban planning and climate change. Allow us to then proceed and call upon the next presenter. The topic that they are going to be presenting on is comparative analysis of urban resilience policies and programs in 4 major cities in sub-Sahara Africa. The authors are Mwaniki R, DGCJ, and Kaboba AT. The affiliation that they belong to is Department of Peace and Conflict Studies, Kampala International University in Uganda, Sustainable Future Institute, Nexus International University, Uganda, and the Dean International Relations Office, University of Energy and Natural Resources, Sunyani in Ghana. I believe they may be online or physical. Please let us know so that we proceed. Thank you. Can I please determine if the presenters are ready to proceed, because we are under strict time regulations, and this applies to all the presenters, that please keep it short, keep it within 10 minutes. Any response from the room? Okay. It's Mwaniki R, DG, CJ, and Kaboba AT. If there is no response, perhaps we move along to the next presentation. It's by Wandile Twala, T. Gumbo, and M. Nzebele. They are affiliated to the University of Johannesburg. The topic of their presentation is evaluating the effectiveness of SDG 11, monitoring and implementation framework city level, a case study of Mbambani, Eswatini. Can you please get an indication from the room 1 if the colleagues that are called up are ready to present? Yes. Are we connected to the room 11 online? It appears that there's silence. All right. In trying to be effective with time, I'm now going to call up, the presenter who was meant to present after the Q&A. They go by the name Majila A. Their topic or presentation title is the effectiveness of Tshwane City Spatial Development Framework, with a focus on SDF impact on sustainable development in the city. They are affiliated to University of KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the Chief Director, Integrated Spatial Planning Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. Are the colleagues present either here physically or in the room so that we know how to proceed? Matrila A. Matsila. Yes, if you can hear me, Matsila, please proceed just so that, and please keep it to 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you very much. And good afternoon to the facilitator and fellow presenters and attendees. Can I flight my presentation on my own?
Okay, please proceed.
I'm gonna try to flight it first. Sorry.
Please note that you have about 10 minutes to go through your presentation. Are you able to flight it?
Could you flight it on your side? I submitted, I sent the presentation.
Okay, I'm doing that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you
Yes.
very much. Please place it on presentation mode. The presentation that I'm going to make is captioned. Sorry, I just want to close this. The presentation is captioned the effectiveness of Tshwane City Special Development Framework, highlighting SDF impact on sustainable development in the city. The presentation is made as part of my PhD studies with UKZN. My name is Arwani Matsila, as it has been said, and my supervisor is Professor Lafmo Chibungu with UKZN. Next slide, please. Discussion points. I'm going to touch on introduction, research method, and sample size, key questions of the study findings, conclusions, and the proposed framework, which is the Pentapody SDF model. So in terms of the introduction, the Tshwane city is located in South Africa, is one of the it's actually the capital city of South Africa. And in terms of the background or legal framework to the Municipal Special Development Framework, since 2001, municipalities are required to compile Municipal Special Development Framework as one of the core components of the Integrated Development Plan. That is in terms of the Municipal Systems Act. The same provision is made again in the Special Planning and Land Use Management Act, which makes similar provisions but goes further and into detail about the preparation, content, and status of municipal special development frameworks. And in terms of the study that I'm going to be presenting, the Tshwane City 2012 Special Development Framework is used as a case study, and the study began in 2019. Now, in terms of the research method and the sample size, 3 instruments were employed in the study, one being an expert semi-structured questionnaire, interviews, as well as a focus group, 2 being a workshop of officials of a national department, which is the department I also work for, 3 being a household questionnaire, where this was administered to the general public. And in terms of the sample frame, the initial sample frame was going to be composed of 203 respondents, while the actual participant number is 90. The participants were selected through a purpose of sampling methodology, and a mixed method was used basically in conducting the study. I've already spoken about the data collection methods. I think what I could just use that secondary data was also employed in the study. Next slide. In terms of analysis, the qualitative data was analyzed through Atlas TI as well as SPSS, where themes were identified emerging from the data, the qualitative data, while the quantitative data was analyzed using descriptive statistics as well as the analysis of variance and ANOVA to compare data across different groups. I think that's all I'm going to say. Now, as we move on to the questions, key questions of the study, the main question of the study really is what is the impact of special development frameworks in shaping the special development in the city of Tshwane? And there were various sub-questions, but I think the main question really and the main objective of the study was to really determine the difficulties and weaknesses in the special development frameworks and to determine how these have an impact in their effectiveness at formulation as well as implementation. Next slide. Now, I'm just going to run through some of the key findings of the study before I go on to the framework that is being proposed to address the weaknesses that are there. One of the key findings was in terms of what is the familiarity of the general population, really. This was collected through the household questionnaire. And what I found there was that 49% of the respondents indicated that they don't know at all what a special development framework and related tools is or are, and only 7.7% indicated that they have knowledge and they know what special development frameworks and related tools are. And this is really significant because this is likely to be felt really in terms of the implementation of special development framework within Tshwane City. Next slide. So I'm just really going to run through the findings because this was selected just to highlight some of the key findings that are going to be forming the base for the framework that I'm going to propose at the end. And this particular one is in relation to housing. And the question was, what are the goals that the city of Tshwane should aim to achieve within the special development strategies that it employs? And 64% of the respondents indicated that transport-linked housing was really key, and on average, 63% of the respondents also agreed with the statement. Next slide. On economic development goals that the city should pursue, 66% indicated that the city should pursue goals related to supporting and attracting new businesses within the city. And on average, 62% of respondents agreed as well with this on average. Next slide. On transportation goals that the city should prioritize, I think this is where I received the highest response in terms of having 75%, which is the majority of people saying, in terms of special planning, special strategies that are employed, they stressed the importance of improved public transport and walkable service distances, while on average, 71% of the respondents also agreed and supported the prioritization of public transport in the special development strategies that are employed. Next slide. On land use management and public engagement, on land use management, the highest ranking response was 79%, saying the city should prioritize supporting and managing land conflicts and preserving land for community spaces, as well as an average of 66% of all respondents also agreeing that the city should prioritize land use management. In terms of public participation, the highest ranking response was 63%, where the respondents reported that they have not been consulted before in terms of planning tools and processes that are employed within the city. On environmental management, which is just one of the findings that I picked up as a proxy as well for a sustainable development, the respondents was dissatisfied with the promotion of renewable energy and developmental sources such as biofuel and solar in the city. And basically, in terms of ranking, 64% indicated they are really dissatisfied with some of these efforts in terms of what the city is prioritizing. Next slide. Just to summarize and highlight some of the findings, but what I wanted to show with this slide was that in terms of the priorities, really, I noticed that public transport or transportation in the city in different forms, which is safe and efficient, was highest ranking amongst the constructs that I'm comparing on this slide, followed by a construct on businesses or economic development in the city to say the city should prioritize such, and also I think followed again by issues around business. So the issues around economic development came through very strongly in the findings on the household questionnaire. Next slide. Now, moving on to the findings coming from the expert semi-structured questionnaire, this particular one is to the expert, what would they say are the important or is the importance of special development strategies and its ranking? And the expert ranked capital infrastructure development and nodal development strategy, followed by sustainable human settlement, movement and connectivity growth management as the highest in terms of importance. And 81% of the experts agreed in terms of saying these strategies are very important for special development within the city. Now, on the same subject, next slide, on the same subject where I looked at please move on to the next slide, the usefulness of the same special development strategy from the perspective of the experts. The experts did not rank any strategies very high as they did with, in terms of usefulness, as they did with the importance. The only high-ranking response was on the moderate usefulness. And here you see them changing tune to say, yes, we say they're important, but we don't see them as being useful, with only 20% ranking as the highest in terms of usefulness of some of those special development strategies. Now, going on in the qualitative findings, sub-themes, the issues that are on the screen came through in terms of the themes to say these are the key issues that needs to be attended to, which is challenges related to implementing special strategies. I won't read through them. You can just move on to the next slide. Here, in terms of the key
If I
challenges,
can, apologies
in terms of the
to interject, ma'am. Can I please request that you try and wrap up in about 3 minutes? I'm giving strict instructions that we're running into lunch time. So can I please request that we move quicker?
Okay, thank you. I think let's just move on, because here the sub-themes are self-explanatory. I don't want to go into a lot of details, barriers to spatial planning, and a lot of points were identified there that I won't go into. Please move on. Silo planning and lack of integration was highlighted as one of the key issues that needed to be addressed. Advocacy for special development framework was said to be non-existent, and that there's no respect really for special development planning. Land use management priorities also needing to be aligned and to be prioritized in this SDF. Let's move on to the next slide. I think let's just move on to the next slide because I want to deal with the proposed conceptual framework that I have developed. So this is the proposed model, which is a mesh network diagram where I've said in terms of all the constructs and how they've been ranked and how they've come up, what we need to prioritize is certain things, and I've placed this in a framework that I've termed a pentabody SDF model, which is a model with 5 aspects, which are places, people, policies, practices, and progress. And I go into a lot of detail to say what each covers. In terms of the places, it's really understanding the ecosystem. And here, I take from the responses to say issues around land audits are critical. And what we are finding is that special development frameworks are still being developed without any full comprehension of what is the land status in terms of an audit. So you do not have this. And in terms of the people aspect, centering humanity, you don't find this aspect coming through very strongly within special development frameworks. And the next one, the policy aspect, we are talking about reviewing or overhauling the whole approach that policy is viewed in the special development framework. And the next one is practices. Practices in the current special development framework is not there at all. So there is no sense of what is it that we need to be targeting, what is it that we need to be pursuing, how do we measure this? And I introduced this aspect as one of the key aspects for performance, so for how special development frameworks should perform. The last one is in relation to progress. So one of the real issues with special development framework and tools has been that we are not able to really know where we are from where we started. And I introduced this progress aspect within the Pentapody SDF framework to say, once we start capturing this information for the key categories of actions that we want to pursue and achieve, then we will be able at some point to say, where are we in respect of the special development framework? My presentation ends here, Chair, and in summary, really what I'm saying is that the Pentapody SDF model framework provides a structured, flexible approach to special development and special development framework and related to prioritizing inclusivity, sustainability, and measurable progress designed to address current challenges and anticipated needs. And basically that brings me to the end of the presentation. Yes, time was always going to be an issue for me because I think I'm not such a fast speaker, but thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the presenters. And thank you for sharing your insights, your findings, and recommendations. Please allow me to request that we break for lunch and then we'll proceed after lunch with the next sets of presentations. Thank you very much. And in the next session, I'll request that we all try and move as fast as possible to keep within time. 10 minutes. Thanks.
How are you? But that was a PhD difference. Hi, I'm sorry.
No, they rush for lunch. That's why people call me. When we come back, then we So I was you were just telling me about the lawyer. I think I was quiet and one was about last hour.
Even the volume. Hmm?
The presenter for the next paper is online. My name is Bongo Sandwandu, Acting Registrar of SecPlan. I'm the co-pilot with our senior planner from eThekwini, Spatial Planning. I'm just going to assist with the remaining 3 presentations. So I know that at least for me, it's easier. 2 of my presenters are physically here. One of them has not come back yet. So if I can just get a confirmation. If Darren or I know YP Mashalaba is most likely the supervisor, the professor. I think Darren should be from the University of Free State. Are they online?
I am online. I don't know if I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible. I think we're gonna hand it over to you to take us for the next presentation. You have 8 minutes to present. You use the last 2 minutes to wrap up your presentation. So if you can just time yourself also on your side. So we've got Darren. He will be presenting a paper that he's working on with Prof. YB Mashalaba. If you can take us to your presentation. Thanks. 8 minutes, 2 minutes to wrap up. Thanks.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow academics. My name is Darren Majid. And today I'll be discussing the role of urban and regional planning in ensuring vitality within central business districts. I used Bloemfontein, my hometown, as a case study. And I just have to disclaim that this whole study was not sponsored by Discovery Insurance, because every time I say vitality, people think it's Discovery. Okay, and then this slide summarizes 12 months of my life. The study has been complete, and this is just an overview of what we'll be discussing today. So I will just dive right into the topic at hand. What is vitality in urban planning? It refers to the vibrancy of a place, its ability to attract people. Jane Jacobs first used the term in her book, The Death and Life of Great American Cities, whereby she identified 4 pillars: mixed land use, small blocks, a mixture of old and new buildings, and a high population density. Kevin Lynch later added on 3 more pillars, namely sustenance, safety, and consonance, emphasizing access to basic needs, safety, and harmony in the environment. Why this study, people ask me. Well, personally, I used to frequent the CBD when looking for bargains relating to clothing items. And eventually, when I became old and I had to drive myself there, I begin to feel unsafe where it's dirty. I begin to feel unsafe when you're walking away from your car. You worry about, is your car safe to where it's parked? And I could really see the infrastructure is starting to deteriorate. Illegal dumping, unsafe and limited parking, and sidewalks blocked by street vendors are some of the major issues. There's a minimal nightlife, few entertainment options, and a lack of family-oriented restaurants. Businesses are relocating outside of the CBD, despite its potential. This shows that the CBD lacks active planning and revitalization strategies. The objectives of the study was then to assess the CBD status in terms of zoning, infrastructure, and land use mix. I also wanted to identify the planning tools to boost vitality and then propose actionable measures to enhance the CBD's appeal. The hypothesis of the study was that the CBD is in decline. It doesn't take a town plan to notice this. You can observe it visually. The research questions were then, what is the current status of the CBD? How can urban and regional planning intervene, and what specific measures can be applied? Then just to run through again, the pillars of vitality as described by Jane Jacobs was that mixed use reduces the need to travel. Small blocks encourage walking and social interaction, while high density combats urban sprawl, which is a problem so prominent in South Africa today. A mixture of old and new buildings signals investment and care, and this way we can actively trace whether or not our strategies are working. Then a few relevant theories came up. The City Beautiful movement, which emphasized beautification of parks and buildings. The broken windows theory that states that maintenance improves perceived safety. People feel unsafe when they see a broken window. Studentification, which I think is very relevant to the Bloemfontein area, whereby we use old buildings for student housing. And then lastly, the new urbanism, which promotes compact, walkable, and socially cohesive environments. The methodology approach for the study was a mixed method approach. The sampling was done through purposeful sampling, whereby we selected only urban within the CBD boundary, as described by the municipality. The sample size was 115 and was based on Stoker's formula, and then later increased to 120 to make room for any areas where we found maybe a earth that wasn't being used and things like that. These were then selected using randomizer.org to avoid biasness. The data collection tools were observation schedules looking at the building conditions and amount of foot traffic. The mapping techniques, GIS was used to showcase the results. And then we looked at our quantitative, we used cross tabulations, bivariate analysis, and chi-square test to examine relationships. And then the basis of the study was to look at diversity. So we used the HH index, which was originally designed for market concentration, which shows the score closer to 0 would indicate a high diversity, A score closer to 1 would indicate a low diversity. The correlation analysis and the chi-square test were used to assess the relationships between the variables. The following are just a few key findings relating to the conditions of buildings and relationship between the materials and their durability. I looked at the windows, how their material related to their conditions. Aluminium windows were found in better condition than steel windows, likely due to its age. As we know, aluminium windows they only started using it later on. And then trash bins, we looked at trash bins versus the amount of foot traffic. We found no meaningful association, possibly due to the vandalism or poor planning. And then sidewalk quality and building height, there was also no correlation. The sidewalks were generally in poor condition regardless of the building size. The thought behind it was that the bigger the building, the more people would frequent that building, and the sidewalk would be maybe more dirty or in a worse condition because people use it. But now we must also look at what is the land use of that building. Does that building need a lot of foot traffic or not? Then I looked at the zoning diversity tool. This is the only tool I could find now currently that town planners can use to promote vitality. The HH index showed a moderate diversity in terms of zoning with a 0.2722 score, which indicates a moderate diversity. However, of the 664 urban, 272 are general commercial zoning, so that dominates. Then I looked at 3 blocks, which I could accurately determine the size of each land use. This one block, for example, had 15 land uses in just 13,000 square meters, showing the potential for vibrancy. The findings, the urban morphology that states that our cleanliness does impact the pedestrian experience. The cleaner it is, the better we feel to walk in the area. The zoning is diverse, but not always effectively utilized. Some blocks show a high land use diversity, while others do not. The recommendations from the study is that we should look at infrastructure revitalization, the creation of a city improvement district model where public and private sectors collaborate on maintenance and upgrades, using open spaces like Hoffman Square, for example, to use for community events, improving the parking and encouraging walking in the CBD by installing CCTV cameras and increasing police patrol to increase the perceived safety of the CBD. Lastly, one that's very crucial for urban and regional planning is to look at a zoning reform to promote specific mixed-use combinations like residential and retail, and limit overly broad zoning categories. To get back to my last point that we should limit overly broad zoning categories is that urban planning currently lacks control over a wide range of primary and sub-uses within commercial zones. For example, commercial 1 in the CBD has about 6 uses under it, but under commercial use, which is the first primary right, there's about 9 different land uses. So it's impossible for an urban planner to track what is the actual land use, and you will then lose track of what your land use mix is if you're just looking at zoning. So we do need to look deeper. A comprehensive urban planning framework is needed, one that integrates theory and practice with academic support for municipal planners as well. Using the HH index, we can determine the land use we mix and work, the land use mix we want and work towards it. To conclude the study, the Bloemfontein CBD is declining due to poor infrastructure and a lack of vitality. We need a clear framework to not just reuse the CBD, but redesign it for future use. The HH index can guide land use mix targets. Immediate steps can be taken by improving cleanliness and infrastructure, while the long-term efforts must be to focus on sustainability, inclusivity, and smart technologies to create a vibrant and safe CBD. And then this quote just really sums up what I was trying to achieve with the study, that a city's heartbeat lies not in its buildings, but in the rhythm of its people. Revitalization begins when space invites life. I thank you.
No, thank you, Darren. That was precise. And thank you for the insightful presentation. We'll try and catch up as much as possible to see if we can get some reflections But key to note from your presentation is, I think one of the questions that comes to mind, do we still understand what was the purpose of the CBD, and do we still need the CBD? It's just one of the questions we can start pondering around, because we, the planners, again, we're talking about people must live, work, and play in the same area. And we also complaining about congestion because people are driving to work in the CBD. And then maybe we also need to reconsider how we diversify the zoning within the CBD to bring people into the CBD, and also look at the soft issues that influence people's behavior. Why are people littering? And how can we create awareness to make our cities clean, to make our cities safe, and to bring back the entertainment in the city? I think those are some of the takeaways that I took, that we need to rethink how we conceptualize around our CBDs. Maybe what they were designed for. If you think of the Park Station, the Durban Station, there was specific conceptualization behind that. Is it still relevant? Do we need to revisit it? And if we revisit that, I think it's the same for Bloemfontein. And then when we revisit it, what are the key considerations we must look into to actually make them functional spaces rather than spaces where people can just go and work? And then next, our presenter, I trust she is in the house. From apologies, my phone. Sometimes if I'm not wearing my glasses, I forget that I can't read. So next, I'm gonna try and read your name correctly. Violet Chifalaro. She worked on this paper with Prof. Trinos Gumbo and Innocent Moyo, affiliated to the University of Johannesburg, South Africa. Then she is looking at the environmental social governance framework realization in developing countries, a case of yeah, some of the terms. My Zulu is back, I'm in KZN, so yeah, you can take us 8 minutes, then 2 minutes you wrap up. Thanks.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Violet Chifularo, and I am from the University of Johannesburg, as introduced. And today I'm going to be presenting on what is famously known as ESG as a framework realization in developing countries as a case of Aggeneys. So probably a lot of you are asking, what the hell is this Aggeneys? So Aggeneys is a small mining town in the Northern Cape province, like there by Springbok, literally neighboring Namibia. So it's in the middle of nowhere. And I think that's what actually inspired the study, because when I got there and I was staying there some years ago, I'm like, what is this? What's going on here? There's literally nothing. We used to drive like 200 kilometers from, or almost 250 to 300 to get to Uppington, so that we can actually just get a mall where you get a Checkers and clothing stores and everything. So when I got there, I saw that indeed, so there is a problem. In terms of mining in South Africa, there is a regulation by the Mineral Resources Department on basically organizations having to implement corporate social responsibility to ensure that the communities that they operate in are fully equipped, socially, environmentally sustainable, and so forth. So mining companies have embedded CSR as a business strategy. And furthermore, there's regulatory bodies like your JSE and other stock exchanges across the world that are acting as like forces to ensure that organizations do this, and with the idea of reaching what we call a triple bottom line, which would be to ensure that the people are fine, the planet is fine, and obviously as a business, you need to make a profit. So basically the objective of the study was just to assess the economic, environmental, and social impacts of implementing ESG frameworks. So basically, a lot of people argue that ESG frameworks are just a tick box exercise for financiers, whether it's banks and stuff like that, to also, I guess, broaden their clientele and stuff like that. But in this case, I think we have like a positive outcome where we saw that these ESG frameworks have worked. So yeah, this is just a background of where this place is. I think just by looking at this map, it's a bit blurry, but you can just see that it's literally in the middle of nowhere. It's very, very, very dry and it's very, very, very hot. So that is just the mining town. So in this mining town, there's one OK, there is a one OK liquor and a pep, and that's it. So everyone else needs to travel 100+ Ks to get to somewhere. So what we found, I think there is the Namakwa SEZ, which is, I guess it has been approved, but it hasn't necessarily started being built and stuff like that. So with the approval of the Namakwa SEZ, the organization, through the ESG framework, came up with initiatives to ensure that not only are they happy, there's a phenomenon called the double materiality assessment. So basically, a business needs to know its impact on the communities it operates in, and also vice versa. So the organization in this case, the study found that they did this double materiality assessment, and through the assistance of the ESG framework, they were able to successfully, I guess, bridge the gap. As a point of reference, like I mentioned, from the Namakwa SEZ, though it is not literally there yet, but it's coming because it has been approved. So the mining organization planning for that went ahead and built on extended residential residential houses to ensure that with the growing community and the demand that's going to be there for residences, there is enough residence for people, because there was a gap there whereby there was not enough housing, because these are houses that were built like prior to the new government coming into place. So there was a lot of commuting from mine workers, that some needed to commute almost 70, 80 kilometers a day to get to work, and the same going back. Furthermore, through the assistance of the ESG framework, they were able to extend their health infrastructure to ensure that the clinic is also bigger enough or big enough to accommodate the people of the community there, as well as neighboring community. Because the closest hospital, which is a government hospital, is like plus 100 Ks away from there. So the actual communities just rely on little clinics and a little hospital there, whereby if someone gets sick, they need to wait for the doctor to drive 200 Ks or something like that, which was a bit unrealistic. So this is a private facility owned by the mine. They have a private supplier, so the communities are always have a doctor available. Last but not least, they did try to extend from just the OK and the OK liquor to like small little shops that also rather propagated economic development and social development, because these shops at this new Quiver Tree Center are owned by people from the mining communities. So yeah, they were able to make business for themselves, because the literacy rates in this place was also very, very, very low. So all the mining employees, most of them, as much as it is said, like in your social and labor plans and all that, that most mining personnel should come from the host communities, most of them actually came from far because of lack of qualifications. Just ignore that. So basically, although the phenomenon of ESG comes from regulatory bodies influencing organizations to do that through financing schemes and so forth, the study did find that the implementation of this ESG framework basically improved the lives and livelihoods of the host communities there. And it also ensured that there was transparency between the two. And yeah, I guess they haven't reached the triple bottom line as yet, but they're well on their way. So this is just a little advocation for ESG. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm having an easy session, Mr. Emmanuel. I don't have to stand up and give signals for time. I think we trusted Mr. Dube. We will also do the same. I'm putting pressure on the next set of presenters. No, thank you for the presentation. I think it's at the center of it is the ability of everyone that has got relevance directly and indirectly in the community to contribute towards sustainable. I trust it's rural livelihood, and also basically provision of basic infrastructure to meet basic amenities that communities need to function, and for people to be able to have access to those amenities within a reasonable travel distance. I think it will be a good publication if it comes through as a publication, especially since we have got a number of rural mining towns across South Africa. And I think it's one of the areas that we can look into in terms of expanding how can these ESGs actually assist in terms of bringing about sustainable rural livelihood in small and mining towns. Next, we're gonna have the local boy. I trust you are local. With the local surname, even if you're not local, there was Dr. Ulanga Balele Utube. So because of him, you're also local. So next we're gonna have Nkosinathi Dube. She's gonna be presenting on a paper that she worked on with Prof. Tulisile Mpambugeli and Dr. Tembelani Moyo, a review on a comparative analysis of climate change policies in the global north and south for coastal management plan. Take it away.
Good day, everyone. Like the program director have already introduced me, my name is Nkosinathi Dube. I will be presenting a paper which I've conducted with Prof. Mpambugeli and also Dr. Moyo. It's about a review on a comparative analysis of climate change policies in the global north and south for coastline management plan. So climate change is not a new phenomenon. It's something which has been investigated and all, but it's a critical challenge which has drawn attention, especially for planners, environmentalists, and also public as well as private sectors, especially in relation to making decisions in policies. However, it's more complex and far-reaching, like we can see from the slides, in terms of where does the implication happen. So, because it's not a new phenomenon, there was a discussion and also a formulation of how to tackle also come up with the policies that has to address the implication of climate change. So it began in Sweden in 1972, whereby they were looking at how can this be addressed globally. So the main thing was to have an overview about the world coastline, which is about 356,000, which covers 10% of the world's earth surfaces. So they were looking about the things which already affect the people in terms of socially and also economically. Why was that important is because this area, which is where people reside within 100 kilometers of it, it's when it's involved in economic activities. That's where we find economic activities. And also within the 10% of the coastline, you would see that people are residing within the low-lying areas. So what we unveil on literature, because was that globally, anywhere, it's either in the global south or north, these coast zones are experiencing environmental, social, and also economic implications. So there are risk management assessment within policies, which I have to do with looking at the physical or social or economic implication. For instance, in terms of physical, looking at degradation of terrestrial and maritime ecosystem, or in terms of social, we look at the life loss or employment opportunities, and also in terms of assessment, looking at property loss or damaged. So there's this integration, coastal management, where it involves in implication whereby they integrate pollution control, biodiversity conservation, natural resources, management framework, regulatory plan and planning, which it has to enhance the hybrid implementation or installation of grey and also natural infrastructures in these coast zones. So overall, there are key themes within these policies that we were able to review, which was relevance of the adoption, efficiency, effectiveness, management, and also suitability. I'm not going to dwell on the methodology because it's a simple one. Like we're reviewing literature, which we were focusing on having a descriptive research approach, looking at the secondary data. However, what we wanted was to explore and also analyze large volumes of scientific data in terms of to look at the research volume within the global north and also in the global south, and also look at the connectivity, the sharing of ideas. How much is it within these two places, either in the global north or the south? So our findings is that although United Nations was established in 1945, however, the talks about climate change, which has to do with the Sweden conference, it's when they come up with the organizations which they have agreement within the policies, such as organization as IPCC or NOAA, to look at also. So there's a common thing, it's either in the global north or south, that everyone has have an impact in terms of the physical. They do experience floods anywhere else. However, the difference is the damage, which has to do with it's either there's an intervention of artificial or natural infrastructure. And then when it comes to economic impact, we also seen that there's always a loss of variables. For instance, by the factoric study, you find that it's either it was in Spain or Australia, whereby most of people within the coastline, they've lost their job and also business opportunities. In terms of social impact, we find that there's also loss of life or loss of opportunities, which has to do with the rescue in terms of what has happened due to either preparedness or mitigation measures put in place. So these are the common things that we find that everyone else, when is looking at the climate change policies being implemented. However, what which this study focused on was the research volume. For instance, on the table there, you can see the number of reported on the study, which was done by Noah and Abuda. You see that a lot of people within the Asia were either killed due to disasters happening within the coastline, or they've been displaced. So automatically you might think that it means there's a lot of research been done within this, which is what we find out was an opposite. If you look at on your top right figure, you'll see the countries which mostly dominating are the ones within the global north. So we wanted to ask ourselves, why do we see that in the global north there's so much research being done within these policies? So we also look at the connectivity. If you look at from the side, you can that there's a lot of sharing of knowledge within the global north in compared to the global south, whereas the impacts are severe in the global south. So one of the actually 2 points which is common is that there is an issue of policy implementation. So we find out that in the global south, there are underlying issues that has to do with policy implementation, which has to do with the research volume. For instance, people who should be participating in terms of finding out what are these things that hinders for policies not to be effectively implemented. So for example, people within the municipality who drag their legs in terms of, let's say you are doing a research or a study on something else. For them to get an interview with them, it would take you 6 months. Even if I can maybe wanted to do an interview with Mr. Dwandwe, maybe I would get the interview next day. So those are the things that also we're not paying attention into that limits the volume of research within this. And also, it has to do with the intervention that we brought in terms of research. Like there was a speaker yesterday, when she spoke about, she was one of the panelists about her research that they brought a stove and then they did the comparison in terms of PM in air quality. However, when we were engaging with her, she said this was a project that they brought to the community in order to do the study. So that thing, it makes people to have a willingness and also be able to participate because there's intervention of this. So we found that also one of the reasons for not having enough of research in that is that people are now exhausted being researched without anything else. You go to those informal settlement or maybe in any neighborhood, you try to say, I'm researching on this. They will say, you guys have been researching us. What is it that you are changing? So those are the things that hinders the research volume. And also, in terms of connectivity, we don't share enough within the discipline and also within the built environment up until to the continent. So in conclusion, we then conclude that there is a difference in terms how the global north and global south adopt and also implement the climate change policies, which mostly it's either in the global south or not. It's been guided by those organizations, IPCC and NOA. So we also noted that there's a difference in terms how they deal with this implication in terms of physicality or economic or social. The last one would be the research volume and connectivity, which I've already dwelled a lot about it, in terms of how the coastline management able to use research to try and examine those issues that hinders the implementation of policies, which has to do with the lack of participation, like I've mentioned. There's, for instance, there was a time whereby I was doing a study with, has to do with electricity. I couldn't get an interview with the ESCOM. They said they're not participating in research. So it was an observation that it's surprisingly, and also willingness from the community, which has to do with non-compensation in terms of intervention. So in terms of recommendation was that we need to build institutions that will increase the volume of research in order for adaptation to be increased in in those climate change policies which are being used by coastal plan management. Another thing, maybe two key things would be to enhance collaboration and also share knowledge and also understand and trigger interest in people's being investigated. Thank you very much.
No, thank you for the provocative presentation. I think the key takeaway is that climate change affects everyday human life. If it's far from you, it's an event, it grabs your attention, it shocks you, then life goes on. But for people who are affected by it, it becomes an everyday challenge they need to cope with. And then obviously then do we have corresponding research as well as interventions that deal with that and the challenges that has to do with that. I think maybe as a general challenge is maybe we should also need to start questioning how we are approaching our research. I think the keynote, one of the keynote speakers in the morning, where she was actually trying to conscientize us about moving towards project-based as well as action-based research, where our research is informed by community needs and how the real life issues of the people. Because most definitely my calendar is almost full for the rest of the year. So if I need to in, then I need someone. So, and it's the same. Sometimes we think the answers lie with the Tekwini municipality or the answers lie with the key institutions, but there is a key stakeholder where we can also learn a lot. And I think it's opening our eyes to say there is a barrier in terms of fast tracking our research interventions if we deal with organized institutions for various reasons. Some is because sometimes they fear to be exposed, some they fear to even be able to participate if I'm going to say the right thing and things like that. Or some it could be internal capacity constraints. There could be various reasons. Maybe it's one of the research gaps if it's not covered already in terms of why does it take long for key institutions and people working for key stakeholders to respond to some of these studies. We're supposed to have some presentations from online now from Cities Network. Do we have any people online? Oh, you're here. Oh, okay. No, I was looking around and I thought, okay, Mr. Emmanuel, angna inyanga. But yeah, so we do have the South African Cities Network to present on the Inclusive Cities Conference. You know, I can be a repartist. I can do it. So we've got Mashula N and Ramoli 4EL. They will be presenting on the climate change education in South Africa, a content analysis of curriculum and policy framework across basic and higher education. Thank you. I'll try and find your presentation while you greet us.
Okay. Thank you. I am Tabiseng Mashula. I will be taking you through the paper that I'm writing with my colleague, who happens to be my line manager. It's actually A.E. Ramorifo. And I heard you saying EL. Yeah, but it's A.E. Ramorifo. We are from South African Cities Network. My role there, I'm a researcher. I do research under sustainable and resilient cities. So today I will be taking you through the study that we are doing, which is looking at climate change education in South Africa, a content analysis of a curriculum framework across basic education. So the message that we are trying to communicate here is that climate change has become everyone's business now. So how do we use education to foster responsible behavior or to have a collective solutions? I'll just skip this slide. It's just to show what I'll briefly talking about. Maybe just to take you through the introduction and the background. You'll remember that South Africa has made commitments to address climate change challenges. You can think of your 2015 Paris Agreement. You can think of your national determined, NDCs. You can think of your climate change policies, climate change acts that we have at a national level. But with those, the question is, are they enough to achieve our climate challenges? Is it enough to achieve our goal? You'll remember that we committed that by 2050 we'll be a net zero emission country. So the main question is that enough? Are those robust policies enough to actually tackle these climate challenges? And then, so the purpose of this study now, we are saying, maybe let's rethink of our education system. To what extent is our education preaching the message of climate literacy, looking at the foundations, which is our basic education? So that's the purpose of this study. And we are saying that education is essential to building awareness of climate challenges, promoting sustainable behavior at individual level, and developing skills professional to implement climate change solutions. And you can think, I'm aware that a lot of people in this room or in this conference is our urban planners, town planners, but the question is, are they equipped to foster those solutions? Are they climate literate to foster those solutions? Not only that, as citizens, to what extent do we understand climate change to actually influence our behaviors? While I'm still on the introduction and the background, I just want to highlight that UNFCCC recognized education as one of the core pillars for climate action under Article 6, which talks about action for climate empowerment. And the highlight there is that education and training can empower citizens to engage in meaningful climate action and response. UNESCO 2021 also highlights that integrating climate change across all levels of education enhance critical thinking. It promotes behavior change and support policy uptake. I think just before I enrolled for my master's on climate change, agriculture and food security, I would use water very recklessly. I would just throw away plastics. I was not a responsible citizen. But post my master's, I'm now conscious to say, oh, we are water scarcity, a country. Oh, no, I can't be just throwing the plastic everywhere. This fish in Durban will be eating that plastic in the fish. You know, such behavior, they kind of like improved after my master's. So before the climate change content, I wasn't like that. So this is just to agree with what UNESCO and UNFCCC's findings are. So let's move to, I will not talk to this slide for the sake of time. Let's just go through to the methodology. So the research design, we are applying a qualitative content analysis, and we are trying to examine the visibility or the depth of climate change content within the basic education curriculum. So what we are, the documents that we are looking at, it's CAPS document, and the analysis will be based on the relevance of the subject. To say this subject, is it relevant to address or to put across the climate change education message? And the analysis there, we applied a visibility framework that we adopted from Mantalana et al. 2021, which have visibility levels in terms of present, generic, and implied and absent. So is climate change present in the content, in the basic education content? Is it generic? Is it implied or absent? I've just given the description of what that means. Present climate change is directly mentioned with definition, examples, and activities. Generic is just introduced at a general level as some of the environmental topics. Implied, it's there, but not directly emphasized, and absent is not there at all. So let's look at different phases. Now I'm moving on my results. Let's look at different phases of basic education. We have got your foundation, which is grade R to 3. We've got your intermediate, which is grade 4 to 6. We've got senior, which is grade 7 to 9. We've got FET, which is grade 10 to 12. So under foundation, we found that through those 9 CAPS documents that we were analyzing, climate change is not there, it's largely absent, whether in a form of broader environmental topics or just directly as climate change content. And we went to analyze them intermediate subjects, where we find that climate change content is generally implied, but in other subject was present. I will talk to that in my next slide. And then in a senior phase, it was introduced from a broader topics of environmental topics, but not really explicit in terms of it being a climate change topics. And then on FET, which is your grade 10 to 12, where we are now preparing children or future professional will be now going to universities. Some will be choosing to be town planners, some will be choosing to be this and that. That's when now we find that it's present in geography, which is not a subject that cut across. That's the only subject that now is explicit in terms of climate change content. But however, that alone is not enough, because not every FET phase is dealing with, is doing geography. So just on intermediate phase, okay, I'll pass that. I've spoken to that. We do find it on life skills, but then, yeah, it's, as I've already indicated, it's not really explicit. In this graph, I was just trying to show different subjects and the level of visibility, but I just want to zoom quickly now to the senior phase to say, what are those generic environmental topics that are being addressed? Like I said, it's not really visible at a senior phase context, but we have general environmental topics such as ice age, health and environmental responsibility, environmental justice, climate and weather. So it's just a generic concept of environmental topics, but not the core of climate change. However, as I indicated, that under geography, you do find climate change, and major topics or core content is covered, but only in geography, where you find topics around global warming, you find topics about greenhouse gas emissions, rising sea levels, urban climate, carbon footprint, climate extremes. All those are now explicit in geography, but this geography subject does not cut across every student. So now, with this information, it leads me to my next slide to say, in conclusion, is climate change education content visibility satisfactory within all these phases of basic education? And as the authors of this paper, we are saying no, because it is only covered in one subject that is not being done by all students. So you don't find it in other phases, you just find the highlights of climate change. And with this, we are saying We are recommending that if indeed we want this climate change to be all our business, let's start with the education. Let's start with the basic education so that we foster these responsible behaviors and we act better as we tackle climate change challenges. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I get an indication for if other speakers are here for this session? You are the last speaker, but save the best for the last. Or are they online? Thank you for the presentation. I think it's the good work. Yeah, you'll recall that the president at some point, we said something, though many of us may not agree, about revisiting our curriculum design because it's not just about the subject, but it's how we design the curriculum across all phases. Because we may find that, I know in one of the universities where AI, for instance, it's not in your degree, but it's been embedded into the curriculum somehow. So I think it's one of the things we may need to look into, and then also the relationship between people and space. I think your revelation, I'm one of those, if you drive with me, you throw out, you eat an apple or banana, you throw it out. I stop the car, I reverse, must go pick it up. And I think some of my uncles will fight me, will say, but why? I'm like, no, but it's one piece on top of another piece that go and blocks the drain and blocks something. And it's those little things that you go to the township schools, you get to the bathrooms, the pollution facilities, and it started at that level. I think we've got a lot of public awareness to do in terms of how people relate with space and also in terms of how people cycle themselves, because we don't have enough capacity to cycle people in the right spaces. But if we can maybe speed up the process of making people aware that if you build in a mountain and you create a road, that road becomes a river when it rains. It's a simple, sometimes you need to communicate the simple things instead of bringing a big map and telling people big things. Sometimes we need to do the little things to create awareness so that people can relate better with the space. We're gonna now have, I'm not sure if they are online, Andy Adivaho Mpo, Nengwekulu, and Bonani Nechandama. Are they here or are they online? Okay, they are not online. Then we've got Mncedisi Mapalala. He is not interested in presenting. Hi, Mncedisi, if you can hear us, the conference room is full and is waiting for you. So there are some people that just walked in from another conference room just to hear your presentation. Is his mic not working or he doesn't want to present anymore? Okay, maybe we can skip Mncedisi. If you can just text on the room, Mncedisi, if you are ready to present, we're gonna move ahead and go to save the best for last. And we're gonna have Njabulo Ntutugo Mkhunu. She's going to be presenting on advancing state readiness towards developing a framework for assessing municipal disaster risk management plans in South Africa. He worked on this paper, sorry. He worked on this paper with Lerato Mshweshwe and Prof. Itimisha Chipungo.
Sorry, Chair. I can see Mncedisi is now there on the attendance. So if you can just ask him to share the screen.
Oh, Mncedisi, you can go ahead and share the screen. We thought you cannot hear us if you are there.
He can unmute and talk. He has the rights.
Okay, you have been fully admitted. Mncedisi, if you can just share the screen and also unmute your mic. Ngedisi, can you hear
If it
us?
doesn't talk, you can proceed.
Okay. Yeah, no. He wants to be the last, maybe. No, you can take it away into Togo.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Ndwandwe. I do hope I'm audible. Hey. So my name is Njabulo Tutsukomkhunu, research assistant for the SACHI Chair for Inclusive Cities. What we're actually working on is not really a paper sort of, right? But it's a project that we're currently working on. So the name of the project is Advancing State Readiness towards developing a framework for assessing municipal disaster risk management plans in South Africa. So I'm working with my team, Ms. Lerato Moshweshwe, supervised by Prof. Hope Makitimisho. So I'm going to start with outlining what the presentation is all about. So I won't give a background of the main reason why we started working on this project, because I think my fellow presenters have done a good job in explaining the issues that we're currently facing with regards to climate change and its impacts. So what we are currently doing is we are trying to develop a framework in which we can assess our municipal disaster risk management plans. So because we have noticed that some of the disaster risk management plans that we have around the country are more just of plans that are embedded in integrated development plans with the aim of just meeting the requirements that are mandatory. So we're trying to create a framework in which we can have disaster risk management plans that really respond to the climate issues that we are currently facing. So the motivation was that we noticed that the disaster management plans that we have to really meet the standards okay. So what is found in those disaster risk management plan is that they are just there because they are mandatory to do, but they don't really respond to the issues. So you get to find that some of the municipalities are more, we tend to be more responsive rather than being proactive, rather than trying to prevent some of the risks that we have identified in our plans. So the objective of this project, what you can see is that from this project, each objective is more of an outcome, right? So we are going to have, we are going to define what makes a good disaster risk management plan. From that, I think we can probably write a paper about that, of what some of the practices that other countries are doing or what we as South Africa are doing, because we do know that some municipalities are more resilient than others, because some have experienced floods before, so they've been prepared than others who have just recently experienced them. So our first objective is to define what makes a good disaster risk management plan. We are doing that by undergoing literature and then going through reports, conference proceedings. I think this is going to be one of the opportunities where we are going to also engage with the papers that you are going to submit and try to see how you define disaster risk management plan. Another objective is that we are going to develop a set of indicators, right? So in our indicators, we are going to have them using a theme, right? So one of the objectives is segmenting the identified indicators into themes. Our theme will be defined by the disaster risk management cycle. So we are going to have the disaster risk management cycle from preparedness up until to the last stage, of which is recovery. So what we're trying to see is if these disaster management plans that we have, do they have these strategies of recovery? Do they have these strategies of being prepared, of being responsive? Do they explicitly state how they are going to respond? And if they've responded, how are they going to build better? So, and another objective of the project is we are going to have a scoring criteria. So the reason for the scoring criteria is to try and have these municipalities compare their disaster management plans against others, not because we want to see who is doing better than the other, but to try and learn from other municipalities. What is it that eThekwini is doing that Umsunduzi is not doing?
in terms of their disaster risk management plan. And then also what we are going to do in the last objective is we are trying to also have a dashboard which will be friendly in terms of measuring the disaster risk management plans using these sets of indicators that we would have developed. So in this interactive platform, which will be online, as I've said, it's a project, so we're still doing this literature review, trying to see how we are going to develop our plan, our indicators and our scoring criteria. So in this platform, you will be allowed to interact with it, like try to compare different municipalities, see which municipality is lacking from this side and that side. What we are doing is not to try and say that municipalities are not doing their work, but it's just to create an opportunity so that they can learn from one another. We know the legislative mandates that guide climate change in South Africa, so I'm not going to go through it. We have done literature review to see some of what other countries are doing in terms of their disaster risk management plans. So the exclusion criteria for the literature that we are reviewing, we are trying not to find literature on things that really affect South Africa, like literature that could be talking about maybe earthquakes, could be talking about volcano eruptions, because in South Africa that's rare. So we're trying to find certain case studies that would fit our context in terms of disaster patterns such as droughts, clouds, storms, tropical cyclones, and so on. So in terms of determining what makes a good disaster risk management plan, for now we are just on the literature review stage, which we are defining what is a good disaster risk management plan. So one of the core elements here that we can see is that a good disaster risk management plan tries to include community participation within it. So we have this set of core elements which we think that a good disaster risk management plan should have. The theories guiding the project will be around the disaster management cycle, which we will use as themes for our criteria that we will have. And then we also have the theme of urban resiliency, which will talk about how municipalities are able to bounce back after the disaster has happened. And then in all that, we are trying to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG number 11, which talk about inclusive cities. In this project, we'll also have a set of concepts that we will have. So we will be defining all what is a risk, what is a hazard, and everything else. So since this is a project, we are moving step by step. As I've already stated, we started with literature review, which we are currently doing. So in this project for now, there aren't certainly any findings, but I'll just give an overview of how we are proposing to have our indicators. So this will be our first stage in the cycle, which is prevention and disaster risk reduction, and it will be a theme. And then under the theme, we will have sub-themes, risk assessment mapping. So one of the indicators there will be percentage of municipal budget allocated for disaster risk management. So why we are saying percentage instead of saying the exact amount is that we are trying to create this level of balance within municipalities, because some other municipalities have a much higher budget than others. So it wouldn't be fair to say eThekwini maybe has 10 million set aside for disaster risk management plan, and Umsunduzi maybe has 800,000, because their budget is not the same. But if you can look at the percentage that they have set aside for disaster risk management plan, you can then have a fair comparison among them. So all these indicators are like that, so such that they don't give the other municipalities an advantage simply because they are much bigger and they can generate their own income. That's the idea behind the project. But all in all, we are going to have a very interactive dashboard, which we hope to establish with this particular project. And we also hope to have some papers defining what makes a good disaster risk management plan. So without wasting more time, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We have recovered well. Is Mnetisi ready? We still have 2 minutes. But I can add 6 more minutes, Mnetisi. Thank you for the presentation. I think the key thing there, are we doing disaster management plans for the sake of having disaster management plans and tick the box and report to National Treasury and report to COGTA that we have them? Or are they actually responsive? And I think we're looking forward to this project coming to full conclusion, so that, and I got a bit worried when you spoke about the scoring, but then I was comforted by your explanation, because then the scoring becomes easy to manage for compliance. This is how we work as institutions, but it's something that we still really need to look into in terms of the ability of local government in particular to respond to present day challenges. And I think we know that you are working closely with at least the neighboring municipalities. So we trust that it will be a very pragmatic approach to your project that will help not just the KwaZulu-Natal, but also the SADC region and the continent and the world at large. I'm not sure if Mngadi, can you hear us? If Mngadi is unable to hear us and is unable to present, I'll just ask, through your permission, can you borrow us 15 minutes? If you have questions to each other or to the panelists, then I can allow for that, if strictly maximum 15 minutes. I hope we still have some of the presenters still there online that have presented. I'm not sure. Let me just check. By the show of hands, can you take a few minutes just to reflect? Or you happy? All the presentations were good and you wanna move on? Okay, one person is happy. Are we all happy? Okay, I think there is a hand there. So okay, there are two hands. Can I those who are physically present to just join us here, and I'll ask for my honorable co-pilot. I'll call you Professor Emmanuel, to actually come and facilitate the questions. You can just take the chairs there, those who are here, so that you can just reflect. And then those who are online, I'm just gonna check the questions that are directed to you. So yeah. So much. And even if there are questions online for any of the presenters, you can either type on the text or the inbox, or you can actually raise your hand and will be given a signal by the administrator there at the back. Yes, we do have the first taker. Mr. Emmanuel, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ndwede. You did a great job. Thank you. I know that the plane we're traveling in will land safely. Can we please take the first question to all the presenters? Please introduce yourself and then you can proceed with the question. Let me give you this one.
Okay, afternoon. I'm Mr. Dino Shabangu, a PhD candidate from University of Johannesburg. So I have two questions to ask. The first question will be going to Alwani, right? Alwani? Yes. Okay, so on our early presentation, it was based on the findings that you were able to compare. I'm not sure if you were the one who was talking about better transportation. It was not you, I think it was the earlier presenter. Okay. I'll just move on to our last presenter then. The question that I have for you is, in terms of your focus, you are talking about your mitigation, preparedness, responsiveness, right? And those things are already covered in Sendai disaster management framework that was introduced in Japan in 2015 to 2030. So will you be checking if South African policies are covering those, or you're gonna just introduce a new aspect of the framework to focus on those? How are you gonna compare the two? Because the lady sitting next to you already spoke about the disaster management frameworks that are already existing. So I want to know, in terms of your framework that you'll be introducing, are you checking if the current existing framework incorporate these 4 stages, or you're gonna create a new framework and create a plan to assess if the framework is working? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just check if there are any other questions before we respond? Thanks a lot. Please introduce yourself, then raise the question.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. My name is Lerato Moshweshwe. I'm a research assistant at UKZN. Before I begin with my questions, I'd like to extend my appreciation for all of the presentations that were made. They were very insightful and very informative, and honestly left food for thought. So we'll be leaving this room today with a lot to consider. My first question, I don't know if Mr. Darren is still with us, but he spoke about the rhythm of the city, and that really sparked something in my mind, because when you think about the word rhythm, you think about how we are interacting with one another, but also how we are interacting with our surroundings. So how are people in the city interacting amongst different races, amongst different cultural groups, but also how are we interacting with our spaces, with the infrastructure and our surroundings. So my question is, if you look at some of our CBDs, we have a huge issue with how we are interacting with the actual spaces. Most of the sidewalks are flooded with street vendors. So street vendors usually don't have designated spaces for their activities. So they usually lean into using the sidewalks. But now what that does is it excludes people, for instance, people living with disabilities. If I am dependent on a wheelchair to be mobile around the city, because of the overpopulation on the sidewalks, those people find it very difficult to navigate the city. So are we saying it's a design issue? Are we saying it's a regulatory issue? And if so, how are we going to combat those challenges? I have another question for, I don't know if it's Miss or Mrs. Violet. I'm sorry. You indicated a good illustration of the economic and social developments that have been made in the study area, which is very interesting. I just wanted to ask, I'm not sure if I missed, were there any environmental aspects that were included in the study? Also, with the developments that were brought into the community, maybe you would tell us about the community participation aspect of it, because we believe that in order for communities to be resilient, they need to be agents in their own development. So were we having situations where community participation was prioritized, and were community members accepting of this opportunity, where they just passive receivers of information, or were we engaging back and forth with how they would like development to take place in their communities? And my last question is for Miss or Mrs. Ramalefo. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Beautiful presentation, very informative. I think we really need to go back to the roots of where climate change needs to start, and education plays really a pivotal and a core role in how we are understanding and conceptualizing climate change. I agree, climate change is something that has come onto us like a ton of bricks, and we are now trying to find every possible solution. So education is definitely one of the starting key indicators to move towards that goal. So my question is, if we are delivering climate change content to learners, how are we going to do that? Are we having a point where we are informing these learners about climate change, or are we having a more interactive engagement of these issues that we are facing? Because what I've noticed is when I went through geography, we were just taking in information that was given to us, but there was no point in time where we were actually looking at our surroundings. What are we doing? Are we coming up with small projects? so we can interact with what we are seeing so that it really sticks with us when you go home. As you had mentioned, you started realizing the seriousness of climate change after your master's degree. So how are we going to then conduct this content? Those are my questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I will allow the presenters to respond. I'll just pass on the microphone and then you will pick up on the respective questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I think if I remember well, there were two aspects to the question. The first one was the environmental part, and the second one, the community participation. So in terms of the environmental part, my bad, I was the wrong one, but I'll just illustrate what the study found. So the two major biomes that exist in that particular area is half the desert as it comes down from Namibia, and then you also have the Namakuru, which is just characterized by shrubs and small succulents. So what the mining organization in that particular area has done, they went through the biodiversity offsetting route, which is also mandated by their mining license. So what they've done there is seed banking, just ensuring that they are prepared for the future in terms of mine closure and stuff, because we all know that most ghost towns and stuff like that are created by such. And as a mining initiative, we strive rather to, I guess, leave the land or try rehabilitate the land to ensure that it's in its original space. A major or key challenge in that area is also plant, what's the word? Not stealing, what's the word? Oh, my English is gone. That word is also good. Like they poaching, yes. There's plant poaching because they have very interesting species in that area. So just like you know how the abalone market is, it's the same thing with the plants there. So that is a major challenge that they're still working with. Coming into the communities, so as mentioned just a bit in the study, mining organizations are guided by the MPRDA, which is the Mineral Resources Development Act, and they are mandated by the law to have a social and labor plan, which they need to develop in line or in agreement with the communities, as well as the local municipality, which comes back up again into the national development plan and stuff like that. I mean, it works in theory or in whatever, but what the study found was that community members are often really not interested. Although there are forums to actually get their thoughts on some of the projects and stuff like that, I don't think they fully comprehend the extent in which their input goes. They did complain that there was not a lot of communication because of the rural setting that was there, but other things were done, like to improve telecommunication in terms of Wi-Fi hotspots and extension of radio networks to ensure that everyone gets something from the local radio and stuff like that. So two parts, yes, they were involved, but they also played their own little negative role. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to memorize your name. Yeah, but that's actually a very interesting question, and it can only say me and you after this, we need to start thinking about a paper on quality education on SDG number 4, because if the question is how, like, for example, you gave an example of geography. I also did geography, but I only got conscientized after my master's because of how the content was delivered at a master's level as compared to at your basic education. So now in SA, there's been talks about the quality of our education, our graduates, not only in climate change, you know, in other aspects, our graduates, we know that topic is happening. Is the education of quality? That's the question that perhaps I might not answer, but what we are saying is that the climate change education as it stands, we were just trying to look if it's there. The content is there only in geography. But the quality now, how? It's another research question. Did you get what I mean? I might not give an answers to say how best can we deliver it, but the bigger question remains across all the disciplines is our education of quality. After we've produced these grade 12s, can they really apply what they've learned? Can we really apply the geography that we have learned? So the recommendation of this study was that, okay, let's incorporate this content, but then the quality issue now comes in, which in my recommendations, I'm going to incorporate that. So I just thought it's more of a SDG number for how are we responding across, not only in terms of delivering climate change education. And thanks for that. I hope it answers you, though it leaves you with more questions.
Thank you very much. I think my question was from Mr. Shabangu with regards to if are we not duplicating what the Sendai framework already has in place. So to respond to that question, we are not really overlooking the Sendai framework because we understand it's important and we are also a signatory of as South Africa. I think also that the DMA, the Disaster Management Act, does speak on those phases, the recovery, the response, the mitigation. So what we are actually trying to do different is that we are trying to see if our disaster risk management plans, so the literature on Sendai framework will be good in order to determine what makes a good disaster risk management plan. But us as South Africa in our local governments, are we really doing what we are saying we are going to do? Do we really have those indicators? Do we really have those important things that are within the different phases showing up within our disaster risk management plans? So we are improving from there and trying to see if we have this. If we don't, we can improve from this. So the only way you can improve something is if you assess its effectiveness. Is it really doing what it is supposed to do? It's not really to replicate the Sendai framework. So it's just to improve on it and then get how we can score from that, how we can measure what we are doing better, how we can improve from this instance. I think I've answered your question. I'm not sure. Thank you.
All right. I don't know if you wanted to make further comments or was the direct question posed to you? All right. If not, colleagues, thank you very much for the response. Do you still feel the need? Okay.
I think it was a question.
Okay. If there's a question online, please proceed and then we'll take further comments from the floor.
No, it's just to respond to Larata's question regarding the street vendors that impede on the walkability of sidewalks. The question, it's a very good question. You know, the city of Bloemfontein or Mangaung Metro Municipality had a plan to put street vendors in designated spaces. But when the plan had to now be implemented, the street vendors were arguing that there was no foot traffic, there was no clients for them in that space where they were put. So the main problem with this is that I feel like planners do not listen to people on the street. I know street vendors are a problem, but they are going to be there forever. We have to find a way to mitigate their livelihood, which is the products that they sell, with us wanting walkability. We want space to feel safe. This is a problem in South Africa that we have to deal with. We can't just say, listen here, let's remove all street vendors, because then you are taking away a part of the vitality that I'm so aiming to put into that area. And then just to answer Mr. Ndwando's question as well in the beginning, after my presentation about what was the purpose of the CBD, it was your central business district. But now we have to look further and say, okay, it's the center of your economy. And my belief is that Bloemfontein is becoming a student town. So that's why we have to put that center of the economy, which we so rely on, in that center, because that's where it's going to be the busiest. So if you put all the students there, it's close to the University of the Free State, Central University of Technology, Moteo College, Hostek College, all of these colleges are in the city center. So we have to create a space for students to live close to those colleges. So that's why we have to look at redesigning the CBD, not just for current, but also for future use. And we can now clearly see the trend in which direction the CBD is going. It's going more towards education, and with that comes the need for students, the shops, the entertainment, and all of the accompanying land uses. So I hope that answers both of the questions, and thank you for that.
Thank you. I just wanted to add on the point that he made with regard to the question on duplicating the Sendai framework in the projects that we're doing. As much as the Sendai framework might be our benchmark or our base, you will realize that, as he indicated, there is no, things are okay on the document, but cases are different. I just had a question in one of the engagements with the guy from disaster management, and my question was, how effective are your plans in terms of responding to disasters? And his answer was like, remember in SA, when a disaster hit, the budget that is allocated, first of all, you have to go look for it. So that also, just that one point. Yes, everything is there, black and white, clear. But then when it hits, the first thing you are now going to look for the budget that was already allocated. So I thought I should just, emphasize this point to say, as much as these nice frameworks are there and they set a base, but situations are quite different, and resources, capacity, So yeah, I thought I should just add to that. Thank you.
All right, let's take one last contribution from the panel.
Thank you so much. I would want to add to Ms. Clarato's question of the encroachment of the public space by the street vendors. Is it a design issue or is it a compliance issue, regulatory issue? From my perspective, I would look at it more from the design perspective, because we tend to react because there's a problem, but we did not anticipate that problem. If you look, more often we tend to have design of, I would say those bigger spaces like your shops, etc. But do we have those spaces designated for the street vendors? This is the same reason, because of poverty, because they want to make a living. They just try to find any space that they can have their own stuff and start selling. So now, when you look at the problem now, we are now trying to address the problem, but we do not anticipate that this is what is needed. Now, the question will be, do we have enough instruments, adequate instruments to use in order to, to anticipate the problem and be able to resolve that problem? Now, it takes me back as well to the issue of motorized versus non-motorized from a transportation planning perspective. If we look honestly, most of the design of the built environment is based on the supremacy of a motorist. But at the end of the day, whether you are a motorist or you're not, there's a part of your trip that you end up on foot. You park your car there by the parking lot. You have to walk to the office. You have to walk to the mall. So for that portion of your trip, you are a pedestrian. So I would say everyone is a pedestrian. But if you look at it in a nutshell, that's why we have got so much fatalities of pedestrians being crushed with motors, because there's no designated spaces for the pedestrian. So it goes back again, like, I personally feel the design is inadequate to cater for everyone. The design is not inclusive, but it's exclusive. It caters for a certain section. The same applies to the issue of the street vendors. So I would say it's more of a design issue than the compliance. Because when you comply, we are complying with what has been designed. Are we following the regulation? But here we don't have that regulation. So thank you so much. That wasn't a good question. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, allow me to bring the conference to a close by giving the opportunity to read a question that was deposited online. It came from Petmo Darvinga from International Finance Corporation, and the question is directed to Aluwani. The question reads, if your findings show that almost 50% do not understand the role of the SDFs, is it not better to recommend scrapping the SDF and proposing a different framework that talks to the local context? I see the SDF being another document prepared by municipalities just to fulfill the requirement of SPLUMA, but not used at all. Aluwani, online, are you still there, Aluwani, to respond to the question? If Aluwani is not there, perhaps it's food for thought for urban planners. Colleagues, allow me to conclude this session with the following remarks that, as an urban planner, I've sat here today to firstly listen to what all the other colleagues have presented in their papers, and to listen in particular so that we can look for solutions, because it is crystal clear that the moment you work for any sphere of government, you are expected to come up with solutions to the challenges that face society. So in trying to find these solutions, and I speak on behalf of eThekwini Municipality, what we've tried to do is to embed or bring about the nexus between climate change, disaster risk reduction, as well as spatial planning. How are we doing that? We are supported by the Disaster Management Department. They've produced a level 2 disaster management plan that takes cue and also inform the integrated development plan about the need to undertake disaster risk reductions. If you take the logical flow from the integrated development plan, that's a package of programs for the municipality to deliver on, its service delivery imperatives and programs, but it speaks to the spatial development framework. When it comes to the spatial development framework, the municipality is currently undertaking a major review of its spatial development framework. And I think this conference is happening at the right time, particularly because we are grappling with the questions that this conference is seized with. What are the solutions? What are the climate mitigation actions that we need to come up with? What are the risk assessment processes that we need to come up with? And these risk assessments need to be developed in consultation with all the stakeholders that we serve. And also importantly, how do we ensure that all voices are heard? How do we ensure that the vulnerable in society are part of, municipal planning, and that we build community resilience? So we have a number of initiatives. We've partnered with global and or local institutions by, extending the government arm to communities, by bringing them closer through working with WAD committees and, taking the WAD committees through, measures that they can share with their respective communities about building back better, about building or discouraging them about building in disaster-prone areas. And we are not going to stop here. We will continue to embed what we call risk-informed urban development into our master plans so that we can serve communities better, but also educate communities about their responsibilities, because I would like to think that disaster risk response and or climate change is everybody's business. With these thoughts, sentiments, colleagues, allow me to thank everybody online and everybody present here today. Perhaps I think our panel also deserves a round of applause for their sterling work. And also to appreciate all the participants that joined us online. We'll give you an electronic round of applause. And we hope that you have a good day further. We'll meet again tomorrow to get more insights and look for solutions for the people that we serve. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant day further.